Okay. Testing. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. I am your host, Rotalus. The 2 is silent. Welcome. All you who come to this happy place. No, I'm not Walt Disney. Chat. Okay. Let's see here if anyone is actually... I can't see the chat, and that's an issue. Apparently nobody. Let's see here. Let's go back to where I came from here. Just a second while I get things set up here. Enjoy the visual, I suppose. Somehow the chat and the live stream view are not available in the same place. Type hello to everyone, just in case I missed a message here. So today we're going to be working on more Shout, as is typical. It's our thing here. Alright, great, there it is. Alright. Getting started in just a moment. I don't need to see the stream. I'm sure we'll be fine. Freaking Katon wasn't talking. Okay. Alright. Alright, buddy. Alright. Alright. There's a few things we need to take care of right now. Alright, you guys let me know if the music is too loud. Also, my mic is way down here, not necessarily my face. My bad. Didn't realize it wasn't near me. So if you couldn't hear me before, that would be why. Okay, let's go ahead and get started, yeah? I think it's time. I do believe. It's time to go. It's time to fly. Alright. Close all my other windows here to save bandwidth, if that's even a thing. I had some janky internet yesterday, but today we shall not have it. It will not happen. We're gonna have a good stream, okay? Yeah. Alright. Let's go ahead and get started, everybody. That's right. Close that. Alright, let's go ahead and get going. Picking up where we left off yesterday, we were working on Shout the Cardinal. This little fella right here go. Let's get going. I think this is the right one. Depends. This is not the right one. Oh, wait. Did I close it? I should not have. Uh-oh. Did I forget something? Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Did I undo my work? Okay, goodness. That's better. Alright, because I'd made some changes to Shout, and I don't remember actually saving them. Thankfully, I was able to recover the autosave. That would have been very upsetting if I hadn't, because it wasn't a lot of work, but I don't want to redo it. So, essentially, the difference here that I made is actually in the way his beak is formed. I'm going to go ahead and cut it in half so you can see what I'm talking about. Alright. So, obviously, okay, so I've added a nostril, because that's what's on his beak. Scream doesn't have nostrils. Shout does. It's meant to emphasize his bullheadedness, big nostrils on the character. I don't know. It's a trope. In any case, here's the inside of his beak. It's a bit different than it was before, in a couple of ways. In that, essentially, it's hollow, is what I did. And the reason I did that is because it'll make it easier for me to make shape keys using his mouth. Rather than trying to grab all these different points, like this here and that there, I only have to grab one part of his mouth corner to bring it up into a smile, create a frown, or a sneer if I wanted to, and it immediately translates to that side, giving me control that I didn't have before. So it makes it a lot easier for me to do things like smiles or frowns. All I have to do is grab a few vertices rather than an entire bunch of them and not worry about them clipping through each other. So that's just a thing to keep in mind going forward. That's why I'm doing that. I'm gonna do some work on the nostrils, obviously, but I plan to add his plumage to really, fill out his head shape, because, he's looking a little bit bald right now, and he is, essentially. So I'm gonna be adding some cones today. He's got an interesting, the back of his head's got some interesting plumage, like the way it actually kind of emanates from the center, overlaps the kind of, I don't know what you'd call these, the main feather tufts. I want to call them fur tufts, but they're not. He doesn't have fur. He's a bird. Feather tufts, and they kind of like run over the top of them and kind of meet just behind. This is the thing about, you can be all kinds of inconsistent, but just behind his eyebrow, like the brow of his head. They don't make it all the way to the front. So these aren't the same kind of antennae that Scream has, where hers are just like tufts that point out of the top, kind of where you'd imagine her ears would be, if birds have external earlobes, which they don't because they're birds. But so it kind of runs from the back to the front, and you can get away with a lot. A common observation that I've been making is that you can get away with a lot of stuff in 2D that in 3D is just like, I don't see what you did, but like, what? So does it stop here? Or does it stop further? Like, it feels like it goes further up, but it doesn't. It stops right around here, and from the front, it looks like it kind of is doing something else. So these run till about right here. But from the back, they look like they go further up, which they don't. So, it's going to be an interesting, wild little ride we're about to take today, on today's stream. Because that's the goal of today, is to add his plumage. Then I'll resize his mouth as necessary to fit the coloration. Because, like, you'd think that his cheeks are smaller, and it's what it looks like. But from this front view, it's not so clear cut. And then don't get me started on this particular ISO thing. This is completely inaccurate to the way his actual head looks. But it does, like, kind of serve that bull-headed look that he's supposed to have. Kind of big, brash head. Just... He's not stupid, but he looks like a bruiser, you know? Which I guess is the idea. He's not as big as someone like, say, Storm the Albatross. He's not. He's a cardinal, for crying out loud. That is a small bird. It's about the same size as a... whatever Scream is. Scream the canary? No, Scream is not a canary. Scream is a blue jay. We all know this. Right, this is the original, right here. Method that I was using to make his beak. Which is essentially everything's all... Every portion of it is modeled. So, like, on the inside, you can see the difference here. This thing was maybe somehow not here. You can see how it, like, it's got, like, an inside and an outside, and it's all one piece. I made it out of a cone, if you recall, last time. And I was going to seal up the ends towards about the end of the modeling session. But I think what I've come up with recently is a little bit more flexible. A lot more flexible when it comes to making facial expressions. So if what you need is animators, I guess I should focus on improving animations mostly. Yes. You should definitely improve on doing animations. That is a must. Thank you for asking. Because we don't necessarily need modelers at the moment. We have a lot of modelers, and I hardly have anything for them to do. I mean, I'm doing this. Most people don't do character models. They don't like it. And the ones that I do have doing that, they're incredibly good. So, you know, I gotta kind of keep that stuff in mind. But also, welcome Christmas Animator to the here. So let's see here. Got them lips. Alright. I'm gonna hide that again because I don't need it. Or just hide backups. I don't need backups at all. Alright. Alt hide. Animation is the area that I like the most, so I'll get into it. Yeah. Just take some time to build up your portfolio. And try your hardest to make things that aren't just memes. I would say, just like, imagine if you were trying to sell yourself, not sell yourself, but you know, audition for, like, not audition either, apply for a job at an animation company. Just try to create things that would fit in there. How's it going, Twin Tails? Welcome to the Variable Productivity Livestream. It is I, Rodalus2, co-director and a modeler for the Project Tables Adventure Armada, working on one of our character models. Continuing that work, working on this guy named Shout, one of the boss fights that you will encounter in the game. Let's see here. Bring that in a little bit more. I'm gonna likely fill this in afterwards, though, just to make sure that not too much of his mouth is piercing through it. Alright. But we are going to work on shaping this beak some more, because I'm not happy with it yet. It's also got way too many freaking vertexes, but that's probably gonna stand for a bit. Hide that real quick. Alright, if I can't apply for a fan gate, I won't even be close to something more professional, so yeah. No, definitely, you gotta make sure that your portfolio is professional and, sort of, tailored to the job you're trying to get. I just can't, that memes make a lot of money, so I spend, I don't know. If that's the direction you want to go in, that's fine. Just don't expect to work on a game project making memes. Unless that game is about memes. In which case, I guess, don't listen to me. Follow your memey little heart face. Alt H. Let's try that again. Y. Mm-hmm. I've been working on a Sonic Mania mod. Besides that, I have been keeping an eye out for fan games like this. This is a great project by the looks of it. Thank you, Twin Tails. Yep, we're working on a bit of a mod ourselves. It's not a mod, it's a full game, but still, like the idea of creating something for the community, building a game and all the component parts that are needed for it, everything kind of from scratch, which is the goal. Last question, to stop bothering you. What animations would you like me to practice? Character animations, walk cycles, just, you know, actions, picking up things, dropping stuff, because we're looking to get stuff like that for characters, and of course, if you could, maybe animate scenes as well. Like, if you had, like, some scene work showing a character, maybe character interactions, that would be useful to us. Like, we're updating our standards a little bit. Like, first we were looking for just, can you get the ball to move across the stage? But recently we're just trying to, like, get people who will be able to work with our lead animator, and be able to, you know, sort of carry their own water. Like, we have brought on animators before who we thought might have been good. They did a few things, but then, like, they've fallen off. Like, they didn't do anything for us, and it's unfortunate. We need someone not only who can animate, but is willing to work with us and work on stuff when we ask them to, which has been a big deal. So we've become a bit more wary of it when it comes to just accepting anybody else into the team. Like, we're not against it. We're always looking for new animators, new talent, that kind of stuff. But we do need to make sure that whoever we get is committed to what we're trying to do here, which is complete the game at some point in the foreseeable future. We don't intend to be working on this forever. We want to make this and we want to move on with our lives. Like, we are happy to do it, but it's like, you know, it's a project, and all projects have to come to an end, and I want the game to be completed at the end of the project time. And not just, oh, we worked on this thing and it sort of fell off and died and we weren't able to accomplish any of our goals, but hey, I worked on a game project. I would like to release this thing, and not just the models and assets from the production that didn't get used. Question, how hard is it to draw characters such as this one on the screen? So, that is a question that you would have to ask the artist who drew it. The character here, Shout, drawn by Rocket Pow Ace. He's not with me right now, but he would be one of the people who could answer that question. I would imagine it's not a matter of difficulty, just a matter of skill. Like, once you get the ability to draw characters and then draw them consistently, then maybe it's not difficulty, but it's the amount of time you put in, the effort. I feel like drawing or any kind of art style, art medium, I mean to say, it's just a matter of getting good at it, which is not terribly helpful advice because everyone says that, but it's like kind of true. Like, how else are you going to get to a place where you can make this stuff consistently unless you do it a lot? And at that point, it's not a matter of how difficult it is, it's just a matter of how much time you want to spend on it. Did something get disconnected? Something got disconnected. I don't know. I heard a boom, and I don't like it. How hard is it to draw characters such as the one that's on the screen? Like, for me, I couldn't draw him. I could not draw this character. Like, I'm not a 2D artist. I can draw, but I have difficulty drawing things more than once. And I've let my 2D muscles sort of atrophy. I recently got a drawing tablet, but that's more to make textures for these 3D models that I'm working on than it is to actually draw characters, you know, freehand. But I don't know. I feel like what I said kind of stands, though. It's all a matter of, I guess, skill level. And once you get to some place where you're comfortable. So I'm gonna add a cone to the top of his head, right about here. Feels like a good place. Maybe right here. Yeah, around here. That feels okay place to start, but not quite 100% because how far that thing goes back. It goes back to about here, so I'm gonna say about there. Let's see here. Well, when I graduate next year, I'll dedicate a year of my life to improving using all my free time. So, if the project is still going, I'll be down to enter for good. Well, that would be excellent. That's an excellent plan. I wish you well on that. And obviously, your graduation, all that kind of stuff, obviously. But I feel like by the time you graduate, you might be so good at what you're doing, you might just do that. But, up to you. I feel like we will be around next year. Hello! Welcome. This is Cryogenic Drawer, to the one of our concept artists. How's it going? Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream, Shout Edition. I added that part; it wasn't called that before.
Bad.
Wait, what? What's wrong?
Oh no, I was just gonna say. No. I was just saying. I don't know if I'm getting cut out. I was just like, oh. We're streaming. I was just gonna ask before you said that.
I really am gonna need you guys to look at the channel that I'm in before you jump into these things.
Oh, no. Well, sometimes I haven't checked to see if the stream was up. Like I didn't check the notification, and I just assumed that maybe he was getting ready for the live stream. I don't know.
I mean, there's no way for me to indicate that the stream is running, but, like, there is a thing on the announcements that just lets people know that the stream is, like, that at least the thing is, I don't know.
I was away from my laptop.
Fair enough. Anyway, welcome to the stream. How's it going, bro?
I'm good.
Cool. I'm about to take off the scalp of the bird and replace it with a cone. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, let me I don't know if I'm ready yet, so I'm gonna go ahead and just Shift D and then Control M. Oh. And send it to the backups just in case I need it again. Alright.
Yep. So we're just modeling Shout today?
Yes, we are modeling Shout today. Working on his, working on this whole Shout situation.
Alright, I'm gonna look at one of the chats. Which one's more active usually?
I don't know. I think this might all be stuff through Rotalist, but I'm looking at like a different. I wonder if I can send an invite to this thing. I wonder if I can do something real quick. Just a second. I'm gonna send you an invite here. You won't be able to see the stream, but you will be able to see the chat.
Wait, okay, so wait, what are you doing? You're gonna send me something through the stream chat?
Yeah, put it in the muties.
Okay.
Allows you to look. I think it should be able to allow you to look at the stream, like at least the comments coming in. But and Imagination, what up? What up with you? Yeah, from all the places. So it doesn't say where they're coming from, but it does show all of them together. Let's see here. Question: How hard is it to draw? Okay. Well, okay. As a person who draws, I could say once you have a template, it's not that hard, but it can take time. Also, there is there no specific pose or details, so it's there's no specific pose or details, so it's not really hard. What up? All right, cool.
I have to enter my name. Wait. I have to enter my name for something. What?
I don't know.
All right.
What is it telling you? Just so I guess you know who you are.
I'm meeting. Well, it's giving me those classic. This website wants to use your camera and microphone.
Just tell it no. Anyway, let's do this.
Okay. You don't want to see my face on the live stream from that or whatever this does? I don't know. See here.
This is just a thing for... I don't know what it does, to be honest. Oh.
Alright, let's see what this...
I mean, it's supposed to let you come into, like, this little room where you can read the comments. Nothing much, working on a personal project. Oh, very nice. That looks weird, but that's...
Okay, join the stream, I guess, or...
Yeah, do it.
I mean, there's, like, an icon here that's like, okay, join the stream? Alright.
Yeah, I assume.
I mean, everything is... I'm back.
Hello.
Okay, chat is loading.
Yeah, like, so... You won't see anything that's already been typed, but you will see stuff as it is typed. Nothing much. It looks like a risky way to do spikes, but I guess if it saves merging. Oh, I'm gonna be merging. I'm not extruding this. I'm gonna be definitely merging. But what'd you say?
Oh, I was saying, like, is this what you usually look at? Like, say on like a different like screen?
Yeah, this is what I'm looking at now. I used to have both of the stream windows open, but as that uses up internet bandwidth, I'm trying to find ways around it, you know, so I don't have to use up my internet that's already kind of bad. Trying to just find ways around that whole process. Huh?
It also says I don't have the greatest. It says I don't have the greatest connection, so this chat is.
Oh. You know, this was a bad idea. I'm not gonna do this anymore. I don't like it. I don't like my idea anymore. Cancel.
Oh, look at that. Now I have a strong connection.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Let's see. Oh, now it's well. Now it's high again. This is very inconsistent. Let's see.
Well, I don't even know what you're doing. I see that you're here, though.
You already read that. Okay, and I guess it's not loading the chat.
Did you see the next thing that just came up?
No.
You know
if something just came up, then I'm not seeing it.
You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna share that screen with you. Screen. So that you can just see it. I'm sharing it in Discord, so you can just look at it if you want.
Right.
If I was you, I would do the forehead one first to practice. No, that's not a worry. It's not a problem. I'll start with the back one because I need to get that shape of his head.
I'll just look at your stream and I'll just look at your stream, the Discord one, and just read the chat.
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. And the reason I'm not starting with the one on the forehead is because the one on the forehead is a part of the one that's kind of like the way his head is.
Oh, geez.
It's like a part of that whole thing. So.
Well, okay, so I can read this chat. It's just really small. I'm seeing it. You might want to enlarge that. There we go. All right.
Alright, whatever. Okay, let's do it.
Got any Christmas plans this year?
I'm not sure. I mean, most likely gonna do a Zoom call with the family because, you know, can't go anywhere. But other than that,
like, I mean, I'm gonna visit my family. You can still visit.
Sure. Tell that guy to be useful and read the comments. Hey, Christmas gamer, don't call the shots around here. I do, all right, buddy?
Hey, don't come at me like that. You didn't type any. No, that I think. I don't know. Let's see.
I'd read everything already, so there was nothing for him to read.
But what is it? But yeah, talking like, visiting family, like, like smaller stuff. You don't need to be sorry. I mean, you should be, no. Let's see. What is it? Like, yeah, like visiting like family, like, is like any of your family gonna be gathering in like smaller groups?
I don't know. I don't think so. Probably the people who are already cohabitating with each other. So like likely gonna have everyone there in a little Christmas pod, and then we'll say hi to them via Zoom, and we'll let them be. We live in different parts of the country, so it'll be pretty easy to do that. Okay.
Oh, do you have much family like around Maryland besides your mom?
Yeah, I do. My dad's half of the family lives out here, actually, so there'll be that kind of stuff going on. But they're all older, so we're gonna be likely just sort of
distant and awkward. Hey guys, I'm young.
Transfer to different channel chat complete.
Alright.
It doesn't matter where you go, Animagination. We can see all of the chats everywhere.
We can still find you.
You can be in any chat. I guess it's better to be in that chat where the other people are, so that you can talk to someone. Otherwise, it's kind of lame.
Unless you want to do it in a weird way, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna stay in this chat, but have my comments be read through the stream, so that person can respond to what I say.
So you have like arguments over like using me as a go-between. That seems. I would have.
See, I want a family like yours. Mine is raiding my house, and I can't do anything about it.
Oh, sorry, bro. I want a family like yours. All right, let's delete this. Faces.
At the dead of night every day.
The dead of night every day. I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to say that. It's just funny to me. Okay. Vertices.
Correct.
10.
Day is like just a stream of 24 hours, and night is contained within 12 of them.
No. Night lasts 18 hours. Oh, actually, I have no idea how long my night lasts. So we got 19 edges. 20 vertices.
I was gonna say nights like oh, you got like 12 to like 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. That's considered morning. But then 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. is not considered night.
I need 40.
It's like you have like noon. When would you say evening?
And then like, what are you talking to me about the noon thing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't understand. What do you mean?
No, I'm saying like you got like 12 a.m. or 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. is considered like morning, but then 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. is not necessarily considered night. So what would you say night then?
Nights typically starts when the sun goes down. I mean, that's even though we don't necessarily view it that way. That means it's kind of subjective when night begins, because the other stuff is, it's broken up. 12 in the morning, right? 12 midnight is 12 in the morning. Also, it pulls double duty. But 12 in the afternoon is not the evening. Like you'd think 5 or 6 is the evening, and then like that's early evening, I guess, and then late evening is around 8. It's one of those things that doesn't have a definition. It might have a definition. We could probably look it up on like Wikipedia or something. But you know me, I live fact free. We're not about to do that on my stream.
Live fact free.
Like the opposite of fact feed.
Subjective.
Okay, let's see here.
What is it? This character looks Toei inspired.
I guess he could technically be.
I don't know.
Think, like Rocket Pal, I don't know what his inspiration was for this. Like, obviously we know the inspiration of the character, but the idea behind like, his design, I guess he was just trying to make him look like he was a Sonic character.
Yeah, honestly, I've never asked Rocket Pal what his inspirations are generally for his art style.
Probably gonna have to ask him now, because I never thought about it that way. Like, hey, Rocket Pal, what was the thinking? Like, oh, I just thought it looked cool, man.
I guarantee, like, not just Shout, like, just his style in general, you're gonna be traced back probably to Nickelodeon cartoons.
Probably. I like to watch those. It's like, oh, okay. Well, thank you for that information. Yeah. There's it selected.
What is it? 6 a.m. at 12 is morning. That's what Animagination said. For me, 12 a.m. 6 a.m. is midnight. That sounds weird.
I live fact-free is my new motto. Intro, guys.
No intelligence thoughts allowed.
Yep. That's what we do. 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. is midnight. Interesting.
And I love that
it's
idea.
A 6-hour period.
The Rodolix to Variable Productivity live stream, where our motto is no intelligent thoughts allowed. They're forbidden.
You get out of here with that bull. I don't need that.
No, it's forbidden.
Verboten, as they say. Old Germany way. Alright, let's see here. Alright. Probably should have taken a greater chunk out of the bottom of his head, but whatever. We'll just deal with that when we get to it.
Some copyright-free music, loving it. I mean, I think it is.
It is copyright-free music, it absolutely. Because it's all EDM. That's how you can tell. Nobody copyrights EDM, apparently. Or cares.
Such thing as copyrighted EDM music. I mean, look at it. Sonic Forces, no copyrighted music.
Now, all that music is copyrighted. We're just allowed to use. They just don't care that we use it.
No.
Oh man, there were some problems.
I like it. You know, giving it a thought. That like Sega is super lackadaisical when it comes to like Sonic. When it comes to like their copyright and everything. But then you go to like Yakuza or Bayonetta or something, and they'll take down all the videos. It's just they don't care about Sonic.
They don't care about Sonic. Yeah, absolutely. They're like everything else is like whatever. We thought they were being generous. They were really being apathetic. We misunderstood. We didn't know what they were doing. Alright, so that's gonna need to be different, all the way different. Alright. And this is why we do this kind of stuff. I'm gonna be deleting a lot of vertices, it looks like.
Good. What did we say the other day? Sonic is flat. They don't care about Sonic. Sonic's a flat soda. What was the analogy of Sonic being a flat soda?
I don't remember. Why are you trying to make me remember a conversation we had, like, probably 2 days ago now? Sonic is the equivalent of a flat soda? No, he wasn't was he a flat soda? Yeah,
Sonic,
I guess so.
Sonic is flat soda, yeah.
Because you open up the can or whatever, and then all the gas comes out, and then you just know that that's just going to be sugar water in there. I don't remember.
You're disappointed. Oh, it's like something that was once great, but then like you just open it and it's like, oh no, this is going to be bad.
Not about to enjoy this one, Mom. I thought you liked the Sonic. I did, Mom, and then I realized Sonic was never good. Oh no! No. I'm kidding, of course. I do enjoy a fair few of the Sonic franchise games. Some of them, yes, indeed.
The Sonic franchise, unfortunately, truly has lost all of its carbonation.
This is what I meant to do here. Grab this along the Z-axis here, and then grab this stuff. I hope I didn't...
What Sonic games do you like?
Oh,
like separated from like their relation to Archie canon? No.
All of them are?
Like,
what are you talking about?
What is it? I mean, by extension of just being a Sonic game. But like, what would you say? What would you say are like the Sonic games that you like genuinely like that you really enjoy?
I guess I like Heroes. In doses. I like Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Big fan of that.
That game when you played it?
Yeah, I was hating on it, sure. Everyone hates on a Sonic game that they love. It's a tsundere relationship. Let's see.
So you say Heroes, what else were you saying?
Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I enjoyed that game a lot. Lots of fun there. It felt nice and long, and it felt like something was happening, and it was entertaining. Center? I want that? Kind of. I kind of want that.
like that's interesting. Like, you really like Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and what is it like? Do you not like Mania, or do you, like what's the deal with that?
I don't want to play
Like,
Sonic
you've
3 and
never really
Knuckles
played
again.
it.
I'd like it to be an original. I mean, I know it's an original game and everything like that. It's just I don't really feel like playing it most of the time. I feel like I would rather play a game like that while I'm doing something, going somewhere, or like I just never really feel a pull to sit down and play it. I don't know why. Center.
Is it just the unoriginality, or is it like the level design? Like what?
I don't know. It's probably
Like
the original. Probably the fact that it's just like, hey, look at this old crap. Let's bring that back. You like that? You like that? Pandering. I don't know. I mean, a lot of the series is pandering. Let me not kid myself. And all the stuff that I want them to do would be
The
pandering.
last 10 years of the franchise have been nothing but pandering.
But
And every original they really come up with is just bad.
I cannot. I don't know why I don't ever want to sit down and play Sonic Mania. It's just when I sit down and I play it, I'm like, okay, great. I guess maybe because it's an arcade style. Maybe it's a thing that I've outgrown. I think always possibly liked the 3D games more, just because there's. We talked about this whole thing when it came to the way the story is presented. Let's see here. What are people saying now? Sonlink, welcome to the Project Armada stream, and also
Tail
the
Armada
Rotorless.
and Ratchet equals Tail. That incorrect. Let's see.
You're not wrong. He is one of.
Lombax.
He's like the last Lombax. Tails is the only fox that exists in the entire game canon. So he doesn't.
Have you seen another fox
I
in the
mean,
game canon?
She's not. I mean, she shows up in the show, but she doesn't show up in the game itself. Of course, that's largely because they're like, no, don't bring these characters in. But
Fiona Fox.
no, I'm not talking. I'm not talking about Fiona. I was talking about Zoe. But
Oh, the Boom character, right?
yeah. But she's the Boom character only in the show and not the game. And so I guess I don't know. If we're gonna go on that, then it doesn't count. But and even if it did count, she doesn't do anything, which not a rule. But really,
I think you like.
only one
You were
Lombax.
saying, like,
Angela
said you were
Cross
like,
apparently have Lombax.
what is it? You were saying that you like the 3D games more than 2D ones, like compared to Mania. I feel like Mania is like, when it comes to its pandering, is like it's pandering, obvious pandering, and it's not great, and I'd rather they not do it. But like, I'll take it once because what they were able to do with that pandering was really good level design and really fun ideas and messing around with the stages. I don't want to see it again.
Yeah,
But it was done
So if
really
they make another
well.
Mania, then you
What?
want it to look different, like all new levels, because you know
Yes.
they're gonna not do that.
I know. Oh, I know.
They're gonna be like, "Oh, you guys like the classic style still? See, this is why we keep putting this classic Sonic in the new 3D games because we cannot
You know, it's
wean
true,
ourselves."
Sonic Mania is our highest rated game and like best selling Sonic game in a while. Wow, it seems like from this data that everybody seems to like Green Hill is our most played level in Sonic Mania.
It's the first level of the game. Everyone plays it. Everyone has to play it, but everyone plays it.
Wow. A lot of people must really love Green Hill. It's our most played level.
All right, what's
Put it in more games.
It is an anniversary game as well, says Introgeist. Hot take, I'm indifferent to the classic games, says that Imagination. And when
Now
they
you have
do
to be
original,
like,
they're memorable in their own way.
well, yeah, definitely. That's
Yeah.
originality.
Yeah, most Sonic games are... Oh, you're talking about the levels, I guess, what you mean. An anniversary game, I guess, makes sense because it's a commemorative thing. Hopefully they don't wait for the
Although
next
I don't-
anniversary, because there's an anniversary every year, technically.
I don't like the right? But like every game, it's just let me go back to that one. We're about Sonic's 32nd anniversary. No,
Yeah.
I think I don't like the fact the anniversary games. Like if I hope this isn't another dumb rule at Sega that they have for the Sonic IP. That like every anniversary has to be the celebration of the past 6 generations because that game didn't fail and people liked it, so they need to cling onto it like a pack of ravening wolves.
Like a pack of ravine wolves. You heard it here first. That's what they think
Professor
you are.
Q said, wait.
Hello,
Um,
how's it going, Professor Q? What's good, my dude?
Oh, I can't read. I said Professor G. But
Professor
like,
G? Okay. We'll take it.
What is it? Like, yeah, Sonic. What was I gonna say? Right, like I don't want to see Sonic Mania 2 be like any reuse level. A lot of people are like, really love the idea and think about like, what if instead of the old levels they did something new and brought in like the Sonic levels from the 3D games and re-put that in Mania style? I'm like, no, no, it's not any better. It's just like, ooh, you haven't seen classic Sonic go through this new modern stage. It's like now you're just sucking older levels from other eras of the franchise, and it feels worse somehow.
Let's see here. If the game is fun and it's good, I like it. It's that simple. Well, that's the thing. I guess we have different ideas. Not between you and me, obviously, but there's like, I guess the fan base in general has like different goals, what they want from a Sonic game. And Sega feels the need to pander to all of that. Not pander, that's the wrong word. Cater to all of that. At least some of it. And I don't know. I'm not a video game guy. I'm not here to criticize every decision they make. I will criticize some of them because I don't think that they deserve a free pass just because of whatever reason. You might find...
Part of me does feel like, what is it? A part of me does feel like Sonic Team of Japan is a little out of touch with the rest of the franchise, considering the fan base is mainly in the UK and America, and a little bit of Canada, I would imagine. But like,
no, everyone in Canada hates Sonic. No, I'm kidding.
But I would love that. If like it was just like every person in Canada, regardless of what they actually feel about the games, just despise Sonic and hate on him.
Can't stand
constantly.
It. Canadians, they have like a league, the Canadians Against Sonic the Hedgehog Foundation. It's like Rotary Club for people who hate Sonic.
Because like you see like what is it? Bazooka talking about Sonic games and developing them, and like he's like that guy always pays attention to he says he always wants to have what like the fans want and that kind of stuff, and like he said that his desire to put like a custom character in Sonic Forces is after seeing like all like the fan creations and like fan mail and stuff like that, and I'm like, you just now got that idea?
Okay, so let's see here. Sega wouldn't allow their new classic and modern are different worlds mandate.
I hate the different worlds mandate.
That with their new Cloud Classic. And I'm not a video game guy currently making a video game. I mean, that's a little, yeah. I mean, I can be sometimes contradictory, but also I don't do it for money. I do it for the passion of games and the Sonic community. I'm sorry, that's stupid sounding.
Oh man, like, what was I gonna say? Right, like, I despise the two world mandate. Mighty and Ray, what is it? Turns out that they are bringing Mighty and Ray back. They will bring Mighty and Ray back, but they're classic characters. They will not bring them into a 3D modern game because Mighty and Ray are now considered classic Sonic characters that can only appear in classic Sonic games.
Oh, that's really dumb. Who said that, and why did they say that, and how come they weren't fired immediately?
I believe that was Azuka.
Oh, well, I guess I know why he wasn't fired. And I'm not asking for anyone to lose their job. It's just that seems unnecessarily limiting on your method of telling stories.
Hearing that, and I'm looking into it. Yeah, that's real. Friggin', it was like the same guy that did like the 45-minute Sally Acorn video. He's talking about like Archie Mighty and Sonic the Comics Mighty, like Mighty in different media outside of the games. And he's like, what is it? And a lot of people are cool with this. Like, it's all right, guys. You support segregation. It's all right. It's cool.
I mean, it's like it doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. It's just like, why would you make a decision like that and then be like, limit? I mean, who's it for? I guess it's just he wants it that way because that's like, you get the feeling like maybe he's a huge Sonic nerd and he's just like, no, it needs to be like this. I need it to be like this. So it's like he's not thinking of it as a businessman or anything like that. He's thinking of it purely as a fan. And you know how some fans go crazy on crazy tangents about, oh, this isn't allowed because this particular thing or that particular thing.
Yeah, like Garrus.
Yeah, like purists. And it's like, it might be that the dude's a purist, and he's really into Sonic the Hedgehog in a way that nobody else who works at the company is. And they're like, I guess we just have to do it because he says so. I don't know why. This guy wants to make a game that makes all the Sonic fans happy. He's like, he wants to make Sonic fans like him happy. It's like, well, it's good to have a fan, but it's bad to have a fan like that. And of course, this is all speculation. I am making this up. It's not actually true, but it's just like, that's such a strange way to look at this thing.
Like, Mighty and Ray, why would you not want them to be brought into a modern game? That is money.
Christmas
like
animator, I was always the plan. Yeah, throwing money out the window.
You have all this money just...
He's on a money
you have all this money just pouring through your window, and you decided to take that window, close it, and then glue the thing shut. Like, just, it cannot be opened anymore.
Okay, hang on. Sonic Team needs a new head. Someone who knows what they're... what's happening to the comments? Oh.
I feel like, what is it? I feel like it's Zuka... What is it? I'm reading them out.
Okay,
like,
okay, cool.
What is it? And imaginations like Sonic Team needs a new head, somebody who knows what they're doing. I feel like Azuka, it's a bit too much hate, honestly. I mean, I don't know what goes over there. Modalistic speculation may be true, may not be. I don't know. But like, I feel like that's definitely more of like a higher up Sega thing, and Azuka's just like, yeah, we're doing this, and it's great because if I say otherwise, I'll lose my job.
Yeah, right. I don't have a choice if I'm not trying to get kicked from the Sega server.
But, like, I feel like Azuka probably gets too much hate. I mean, assuming that he's not the person behind all these terrible decisions.
Yeah, he's like the face.
I feel like,
so, you attack the face, but there's other people behind stuff. I can see that.
I feel like that's more likely what's going on. Because that guy, like, it's the same type of stuff that guy does when he's, like, actively involved in the series. Like, that dude made Sonic 3.
Yeah.
He was responsible for the ideas, like a lot of the ideas that made Sonic Adventure 1 and 2.
Right, let's go to
Like, he has great ideas, he makes good stuff. It's just like, series went into another direction. And he can't do anything about it. That's my guess.
Oh.
I'm also making this up.
Yeah, we're just making things up. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Assumption Hour here on the Variable Productivity Livestream, where we just make things up out of whole cloth. There's, once again, no fact zone. We live fact-free, and this is what you get from that. Just a bunch of people making stabs in the dark about men that they don't know and probably will never meet in their lifetime. But, it's fun, isn't it? Theory crafting. I mean, that's why game theory is popular. You can just make stuff up. All right, dissolve this, maybe.
Oh man, I want that to be a podcast now. Just like the friggin' Assumption Hour.
The Assumption Hour? Welcome to the Assumption Hour. You know what they say about assuming? It makes you awesome. Out of you and me. I think. I think...
Podcast. It's like, anybody talk about like literally just anything. Assuming.
Sega had some number. Cryo should know
what
by
is it?
now.
Reading. Oh, let's see. What is it?
Oh,
in the Archie comics, the
Christmas.
classic and modern. What is it? In the Archie comics, the classic and modern characters worked well together. So you did end up merging the. So you did end up merging the cone. Disappointing.
I responded to him.
Interjection. Accurate description? I know I'm joking. Cryo, you should know by now. Sega hates money. I've started to believe it.
Okay, that's fine.
And what is it? What's the opposite color of blue? Orange? Alright, that's a blue.
Blue, yes, orange. Blue and orange, blue and brown, typically.
I'm gonna say green, but okay. Let's see. Not like I was gonna say green was the opposite color of blue, but I was gonna make the connection between Sega and money. Let's see.
Sega blue.
I think we shouldn't. I think we never know what's going on inside of headquarters that no one can tell. That's accurate. Because that's the thing. We don't know why Sonic is going through all these weird, stupid problems and mandates. but we can hope that we can try to guess what it is. But we can't do anything about it. We just have to hope it gets better.
Yeah, it's like, you sort of watch it, do what it's gonna do. You know, you're like a kid. Like, not a kid. You're like your parents sending your kid off to college for the first time, and your kid is an absolute monster. No. You're like, I hope everyone else is okay with him. He's gonna be a problem. Alright, so I'm feeling good about that shape a little bit. We're gonna do the flanges.
I guess better than the Allen conspirations.
What? Alien conspirations is wrong, but alien conspiracies. Oh, enough talking. Okay, you're gonna read. Go ahead. You were gonna read.
You're gonna control the conversation now. What are you saying? Enough talking about Sega's decisions. How about you tell us about the few things about? How about you tell us a few things about this new guy?
Sure.
Trying to control the conversation. That's fine. What about Shout?
What about Shout? What can we say about Shout that hasn't already been said? A lot. We haven't said anything about Shout. And actually, we haven't said anything about.
Oh, I love that.
His counterpart stream.
I love what Chris says here. I'm so excited for the eyebrows. I don't know why. It's funny.
Excited for the eyebrows. Yeah, we're gonna work hard on those eyebrows. Get them big old eyebrows going. You know what I'm saying? Big old beefy man brows. So anyway, this is Shout. He's a cardinal. Shout the cardinal. He is a member of the Battlebird Armada. He is a what's the word we were using? He's a scout, but he's kind of like a lieutenant in their armed forces. And
Shout the Scout?
Shout the Scout, actually. Yeah. Yes. I hadn't put it together until just now, and so I'm feeling a little bit ashamed of myself for that. But anyway, the character is kind of the opposite number to Scream. They typically are found working together, even though they don't necessarily ask for those assignments. And they are people that you're going to have to... One of the two main boss fights of the game. Well, there's more than two. He's one of the two Scream and Shout. They're a duo. Yeah, anyway, you're going to fight them. They're going to be reoccurring characters that you have to deal with. Almost like not exactly like a Team Rocket. It's based on, it depends on how much the story gets written, but they are...
I think they're at least a
little Team Rocket-y. Yeah, I can do it. But, yeah, largely what they do is they're your enemies. This is a bad guy. This is like one of, I don't know if it's spoilers to say this, but he's likely going to be one of the first boss fights you have to deal with. Kind of sets him up to be a little bit... Huh?
It's like Rodolus. I mean, honestly, Rodolus, what's going to happen if you spoil anything for this game? What are you going to do? Pick yourself?
I might have to remove myself from the project. You never know. The same rules that apply to me apply to everyone. You know? I want to keep things nice and egalitarian around here. So if I say something that the team is like, you shouldn't have said that, Rodolus, I'll say, yeah, you and what army? And then you'll be like, okay. And then I'll have to remove myself, you know? Let's see here. Spoilers. But yeah, so that's Shout so far. He's a confidant of Speedy, which is another one of the Battlebirds, the leader of the Battlebirds that you'll be dealing with. They have interactions with each other. Scream and Shout have like a semi-adversarial sibling relationship. They have very different ways of operating. Because of their position, though, as Battlebird bosses, they do command other lower-ranking Battlebirds, and their sort of managerial style shows up in the way that the birds act. Shout is much more laid back and interested in having fun.
Honestly, we were talking that he's straight up lazy a lot of the time.
He's pretty lazy, yeah. He doesn't take very much of anything seriously. And because of it, his troops are a little bit more lackadaisical. Scream, on the other hand, is more straight-laced.
And that explains why our enemies are so ineffective and they're easy to kill.
I mean, they're going to be like that. They're mooks. Mooks are always easy to kill. Let's see here. Well, if we're using Sonic Forces as our... Wait a minute. Oh, that'd be the equivalent of putting yourself in the corner. Yeah, if I had to fire myself.
That'd be the no. That well, I mean that's not correct. Oh no, I was saying like no, I thought you were saying like the story, like Sonic Forces as a jumping off point. It's like I mean then we just see the IDW comics as a video game. I don't want that.
Well, we're not using it as a jumping off point. He's saying that it might be better than Sonic Forces, which, you know, if we're using that as our as our rubric, as our standard, I guess, you know, as a fan game, if it's better than Sonic Forces, that means it's actually better or more likable than a professionally made video game product. So that's high praise, even if it's not much better.
What is it? We were talking about this the other day, like talking about like how Sonic, like if we were to actually put like and talking about like our game, presented to Sega, they would reject everything.
Yeah, probably. The idea, maybe not the Battlebirds because those are legacy characters, but the characters that we created, probably yes. The design of Tails, almost certainly. And this is not a thing against Sega; it's just what would happen. Because like a lot of this is pure fan stuff, like the kind of stuff you'd expect a fan project to do.
Sega doesn't know what a spin-off is.
I hate to agree with you on that, because I don't like talking bad about Sega, and I won't start, but it's just like, they seem to be... I
don't like doing it either, but that's just what it is. I mean, you've seen and heard the dumb stuff that they did to Big Red Button, friggin' thing. Only Tails is allowed to invent things. You can't have an inventor character. Only Tails can invent things. So technically, I feel like for Kurokov could be completely omitted, even though he's from a previous game. He's a scientist inventor guy. I guess only Eggman can do that or something. So
only he can be the bad guy smart dude. And when we tried to introduce a new bad guy smart dude, that was just Eggman Nega, an alternate universe version of Eggman. You know. Because branding, I guess. This is what I hate. This is what I don't like. When this starts happening, like when the front and back don't like the front and side view. Like they won't because it's 2D, right? So... when you draw a 2D, you're trying to show all the features from both sides. But in order to line that up, that's where it goes. Okay.
I just saw it. What if they're like, what if one of the mandates, for whatever reason, somehow was like, oh no, only Sonic can be the main playable character. Nobody else.
Wait. Hang on. Christmas Animator, what do you mean a little bit deviant art, H? What are you referring to?
A little deviant art-ish? Make Sonic 06 your rubric. Oh! Making Sonic 06 your jumping off point for a story.
I don't know about that one, Chief. It's like, I don't know if that's a good idea. It's like, no, it's perfect. Think about it. Sonic 06 might have had a pretty decent story. You'll never know. It was poorly executed. But
it's like Sonic 06 may have had a good story if it was just completely like honestly, whenever people are like, talking about like Sonic 06's potential as a story, it's like every time I've heard somebody like rewrite or think about what could have been with the story, the entire thing changes. It's not even remotely similar to what ended up happening. I think the story was just bad.
Yeah, you might just have to accept the fact that maybe this was a misfire of ideas and, you know, not do that ever again as a company. Maybe having Sonic fight a demon god thing that is the place, like the being of worship for people that respect their god out of fear. It's a little out of place for a Sonic game, maybe a little bit. The way it's presented. I mean, like they did, yeah, it's kind of weird. But also like the fact that it's sort of, I don't actually know. It's just maybe when you introduce time travel into a game, you open up yourself for all kinds of issues with logical loops and stuff that you have to fill in. And it takes a really, really clever writer, not saying anything about the writer for Sonic 06 for real, to make it work.
I think one of the major writers of 06 went on to write Unleashed.
Yeah, which is why I say that, because Unleashed was not a bad game story-wise. It's just...
probably the best main series Sonic game story-wise.
Alright, let's see what people are saying. So, Shout and Scream are basically the Battle Cuckoo 16's previous rank, but less privileged because they aren't Battle Lord's children. That's an interesting way of looking at it. So, we had like this idea of like kind of like for the Battlebirds, it's like the stratified military society, In the wake of the events of the previous game, Tales Adventure, which is what we're kind of basing sort of our lore on, parts of it at least. We're using it as the setup, right? So they are kind of what's the word I'm looking for?
They are out for a little bit.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Well, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you when you get back. Too many OCs. I see. No, so like the characters of Shout and Scream are they're privileged because of their rank in the military hierarchy of the Battlebirds kind of society. Well, okay, so it's kind of different, right? So this is a little bit of backstory on Scream and Shout. Shout is kind of the heir to a rich family. He's kind of never had to work for anything in his life, and he joined the military just to get away from his freaking parents and sort of do something without actually having to marry rich or something like that. He wanted to kind of get away, so he did that. He also has to be friends with Speedy, sort of through their interactions with each other. And Scream is actually kind of was born on the wrong side of the tracks. She's actually from a poor family, and she sort of worked her way up through the ranks on her own merit and that kind of stuff. So they have like a little bit of that sort of thing going on. She might be a bit envious of Shout, and also she doesn't like the fact that he's very lazy. But as part of it, it's obviously not the main purpose or thrust of the story. But they are where they are because of that kind of meritocracy that the Battlebirds kind of their social order kind of thing. That's a lot to say at this point. It's not going to feature too heavily in the story, but it's just a little background as to these characters and what they're kind of like. Shout is loud and boisterous. Scream is kind of like stern. Very, very much a believer in the Armada's cause. She's very loyal to it. She is more loyal, probably, than Shout is to the idea of the Armada, which causes some friction between them. And even Speedy, her direct superior and like leader of the Battlebirds, like, come on, that's a bit much. These characters are meant to be sort of semi-relatable, though, so they're not like outright evil. But that's a story for the actual writers to tell when you get a chance to play the game. They are definitely the opposing force. They are trying to stop Tails, and you've got to stop them. But they're basically Battle 16's previous rank. Kind of, yeah. I guess what you're saying, yeah, they kind of occupy that space. They're like his direct subordinates. But there's other Battlebird bosses that you'll be facing in the game as well, not just Scream and Shout. There are a lot of OCs. We decided that we wanted to make this story primarily a Tails-focused game, so we were going to focus more on Tails than other Sonic characters. Amy is in this game as a side character and quest giver, and other characters might be showing up, but we wanted to really focus on Tails as a Tails Adventure Armada game. It's not as though we have malice towards the other. What am I doing? Because it's just selected. Malice towards the other cast members. Far be it. I do love that Tails concept. Tails is an underrated character by Sega. Yeah, that was part of the reason this game project got started by the original director. He felt that Tails wasn't given, his proper due, as a long-standing Sonic character, the sidekick, the character that kind of comes up with the smart and ingenious plans to solve the problem, save the day. When he can, most of the time. He kind of relies on Sonic to run fast, but Shift Z. There you go. Move that out there a little bit. I need 22 sides on this thing. Okay, fine, whatever. Let's move this back a little bit too. Grab a little Z-axis too. There we go. Nice. Hey. Alright, 22 sides. A cone needs 22 sides exactly. That's why I made the Super Tails animation back in the day. Yeah. More Super Tails, please. More cool stuff with tails. You know what I'm saying. Tails never fails. Alright. You know what? Actually, as a way to get people to try out, we could use some of our old models we're not actually finding on use anymore. That could be useful to people. Actually, that's a good idea. Just a thought. Some guy was actually... Bum, 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 bum. You guys play any MMO? Myself, personally, I do not play any MMOs. Maybe back in the day I played... Wow, no, I don't. I never played anything. I'm boring, y'all. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to do it, but I had to do it to him. Oh, no. It's your boy, Rodolus. I'm boring, y'all. I'm gonna do something real quick and hide this, because I can't see anything. Just for a second, so I could actually see the other side here. Will there be speed in that game? Tails is fast. So the game is not based around speed. The goal is to make a game that's kind of more of a puzzle platformer with action with a nice kind of combat system type of a thing. So it's not like Tails is always going to be slow moving, and that he doesn't necessarily move slow either. Even if you play our demo, which is incomplete, but it does exist, right? It's not about speed, it's about platforming. Even though the jump simulator that we currently have doesn't even necessarily express that. But that is the goal, right? So there will be maybe sections where Tails runs fast. There'll be places where Tails can run fast. There's going to be a spin dash, at least that's the plan. Where you'll have the opportunity to, build up speed as a function of, you have to work for it, though, so Tails isn't going to be dashing everywhere. And it's not going to be, I don't think, like, even Lost World's speed section, well, like, ability to go fast, so really likely isn't going to be a run button either. So, like, we're working that out when it comes to mechanics, trying to find out what's the most fun way to make this thing work. Ratchet & Clank gameplay, similar to Ratchet & Clank. So, imagine the kind of weapons loadout. That's kind of what our plan is, our goal is. We do have to get more people working on that on a programming level. We've discussed it with the writing team and that kind of stuff, but, the programmers, they're the ones who are going to make this work, and we might have to just have, like, a whole separate group of people working on the combat system. Because right now we're working on just basic traversal, like Tails' flight, length, his jump height, and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to be sharing more videos on social media and stuff of the kind of tests that we've been doing. They look a little bit janky right now, but we're getting that basic game logic down at the moment. Let's see here. Alright. Unfortunately, I gotta go. Keep up the great work on this game. Bye, everyone. Thank you, Introgeist, for coming by. Have a good day. Take care. We're gonna probably be running this stream for another 2 or 3 hours or so. I'm here to answer your questions. Hey, GT Retro, welcome to the Variable Productivity livestream. As one leaves, another returns. What the difference between the old rig and the new rig? So the old rig is like the one that I kind of sent you when I gave you that that commission. It's similar to the one that we were using for the game. That's the old rig. It's something I made myself. It uses a lot of customized parts and that kind of thing. It works, but it's not the best. It's not it's not necessarily professional level, unfortunately. Sorry to say that, but it's what I was able to do and what I came up learning how to do. This one was made by that we're using now. This new rig standard is AutoRig Pro. It's something that my animators really like. Like Rocket Pal has told me time and time again that he loves this so much more, and it's always great to work on something for years and then have someone say like, oh, but this thing that you could buy is so much better. It's like, yeah, thanks, that's great, but I'm fine with it. I bought it like 2 years ago. I didn't understand how it worked, and then he kind of showed me. I'm like, oh, it's a lot easier now to get into it. But yeah, so it's really largely a decision that I made for my animators, because usually whenever I make a rig, I make it kind of for me, and I'm not an animator. I like to pose things, so for posing, there's nothing wrong with my rig. There are some limits to what it can do, unfortunately. So this is kind of like the next step to allow the animators to kind of go, full bore, right? Do everything that they can imagine doing, like all the foot rolls and the different kind of expressions and stuff that they want to be able to do, translates over pretty much perfectly. The system for doing IKFK, it's all in the UI, so it's all like here in this thing called the ARP, the AutoRig Pro thing. You get all these kind of controls. If there was a rig here, all these things would be lit up and you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. So from the creation of the rig, it's lightning fast. The posing of the rig, it's really intuitive. Weight painting is still an issue, but that's my job anyways. I'm going to be weight painting pretty much every character model in this game, I feel, by the time it's over. I'm going to make models, and then the Lombax, or Ratchet Mario, is going to be doing models as well, but the models that she makes and the models that I make, I'm going to end up rigging. So having AutoRig Pro is good because it's really fast. I can make a unique model, a unique rig for every model, rather than having to copy and paste it over and worrying about model revisions and naming convention and all that kind of stuff, because they're all going to be pretty much standard. And basically it's going to kind of flow from there. Alright, let's see what people are saying. Can you interact with characters in the game? Like, talk to them? That's the plan, GT. We're going to have NPCs, quest givers, who you can actually seek out and get, like, missions from. Talk to them. Characters, NPCs that'll just, like, be in a static environment that you can go, like, in a hub world or something like that and talk to people. That's the goal. At the moment, we're making the most important characters to the plot of the game. But as we kind of work towards the completion of our game, we're going to start working on more of the NPCs that are going to be showing up in levels. We've shared a few pictures, like Hepkin and Domino. These are characters that are mission givers. I won't be making their models until much later, because I don't need to make them right now. But characters like Shout and Scream and Tails and all that kind of stuff, who you'll be interacting with or even fighting with, we need to make sure those are kind of done first. We also have a kind of plan. We've talked to each other about this, where we might even bring in the OC characters of our partners, like Sonic Legacy and Sonic. What are those people called? I'm sorry. Sonic Legacy and who was it? Wow, I'm blanking on like Garrulus and Dave Ace and Donkey Dude and our people like that, who might have OCs that they'd like to see in the game. We're gonna ask them later, like, hey, do you want to kind of come, like, would it be cool of us using that character to kind of cross promote each other and that kind of stuff? Wouldn't that be nice? That kind of thing. So that's a thought that we're like going to be doing. The other thing with this would be the maybe, and this is pie in the sky, and not necessarily something that I want anyone to think about right now, but using OCs of some of our fans, people who are interested in the game project, and like, hey, you want to see your character in the game? Join the raffle, whatever. Might be a thing that we could potentially look into doing. But at the moment, we're only working on the stuff that's going to be story-centric right now. You can fart... Okay. My friend helps me a lot with AutoRig Pro. Yeah, that's cool. AutoRig Pro? That's new to here. Cross promo, I'm down with that. Yeah! Those are kind of the thing. Yeah, AutoRig Pro is the name of the thing. It's like $30. I bought it like 2 years ago, and I never used it because it was just intimidating. I didn't understand how it worked. Like, I'll show you guys at some point, probably down the line when I'm working on this guy, how I use it, how it's used, and how it's done. We'll get to that point when we're actually done with the model, Because after I'm done with the head, I'm going to start working on Shout's body. And his body's going to be very simple. I mean, look at this. He's a freaking tube. And then boots. His boots are different than Scream's boots. They're wider. Meant to be kind of more... I hate to use this word, but they're kind of more masculine and blocky somehow, which is weird considering they have the same freaking uniform. And the other thing about Shout is he doesn't wear pants because he chooses not to wear pants. Someone was commenting a long time ago about him having not to. Like the standard Battlebird uniform is that is the pants, like the whole thing. But Shout is kind of just lazy dude who's also kind of like, well, my dad owns this freaking this unit, so I can do whatever I want type of a thing. I hate to call him a jock or anything like that, but he's certainly not down to earth, really. And he just sort of decides not to wear the pants. And his outfit is kind of like, he's got the ripped sleeves, even though... Honestly, Scream doesn't even have sleeves, so it doesn't make sense that his sleeves are ripped. But I also don't care, because I think it works with his design. What? What are you talking about, Christmas Animator? I don't get it. Emblem? Anyway, gonna keep moving. He's got a tail. That's just where his tail goes. Okay, so we're about there. Looking okay here. Wow, that sticks out not at all. So do we have the length? Let's Alt-I. Really? Hang on. I love this fuzzy search. It's pretty good. This is blended 2.91. Why not? I don't understand. Doesn't matter. Shift spacebar. Okay, that's what cuts. That starts the play button. Okay, now I know that. Oh, it's a placeholder for a tail. Yes. It is the placeholder to show you where the tails and the arms go and all that kind of stuff. I'm likely going to reuse some assets from Scream to make his hands because I don't really feel like making new hands, but that's just because I'm lazy. I don't care if you judge me for it. It's okay. I know you do the same, you liar. Okay. There's like no way to do this, like... Oh, I know why that's like that. Derp, okay. I couldn't see it because of that. I'd put it behind the thing. Yeah, alright, that's a little bit further than we need it to be, isn't it? Actually, that's not bad. That's very close. Amazingly close, actually. Alright, well, they're never going to line up perfectly. You'll just have to decide on what looks good in the 3D view. Alright, like... Popo Emblem. Alright, Popo Emblem. I'm Blue Popo Emblem. How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. It's your boy, Rodalus. How you doing, huh? That's great, I don't care. Today we're working on Shout the Canary. No, Shout the Cardinal. Keep calling him a canary. See what happens, bro. He'll smack you upside the head, leave you for dead on the side of the road like an animal. You understand me? A beast. That's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Hit this thing with the smooth shade. He practically looks like Metal Sonic, but then so does Scream from the side, so we're gonna keep working on it. So, interesting thing about his back plumage, the back of his head, it's got like this sort of V-shaped thing that kind of runs up the side of it. Now, this would be interesting when it comes to modeling it, because like it doesn't come past his eye, but it also seems to stop even before these things even kind of connect. So that's interesting. It would have to stop like somewhere around here, I guess. Like that's where that would end, like right about there. This is not a permanent thing. I'm just pulling this up. Somewhere around here. That's where that would go. So okay. Will it have feather textures? Like, I will make textures, but I'm not sure exactly. Like, we're not... One of our things is we're not necessarily going for, like, a complete realism. So, the most we might get is, like, sort of like that sort of, that brushed texture that you see on a Sonic model, typically. To indicate that there is a, that there are small feathers or small strands of fur in Sonic's case. In this case, small feathers kind of, running, in a direction. But largely, we're not going to try to make it look like he has actual feathers. Our game is not meant to be photorealistic when it comes to characters. We want to have a certain type of realism when it comes to backgrounds, but everything else is going to be kind of stylized. We're working on that style right now to kind of figure out what our game is supposed to end up looking like. Hang on. I gotta try something here. Let's see here. You should take some inspiration from Kazooie model from Smash Brothers. Oh, really? What? I guess I'll have to take a look at this Kazooie model at some point to know what you're meaning by that. This is going to be a separate object. I can tell that already. Let the beat rock. So it's gonna go in between here and here. Alright, time to hide these real quick. They're in the way entirely. Bang, 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 bang. Alright, let's try this. Are the models exported as FBX when they are inside the game? Yes, they will be. We're going to be making these game models in Blender, and then when we are done rigging them and texturing them, all that kind of stuff, we export them to FBX. One of the issues, of course, with exporting XBX is that we ran into some issues when it comes to exporting the rigs themselves from there, and we are working to figure out why the heck that happened, and hopefully we'll figure that out very soon so that we can sort of fix that. Mark scene. But yeah, we export the game in FBX files so they can go into Unity and then can be used by the programmers. And all the animations kind of go with that as well. So FBX will be interacting with the rigs and whatnot. Ran into an issue recently, unfortunately. So right now, Scream of the game is driven by Mixamo. Ooh, wow. Ooh. What the heck did you do? Oh my gosh, what? I'm sorry, I saw something terribly cursed, but I love it. Oh my goodness, that is... I'm gonna download that. The world should probably not see that. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Jeez. How did that happen? Save this image for later. Alright. Alright, back to work. Didn't know you were streaming on both channels. Yes, I am streaming on both channels. I am reading both chats. So it doesn't matter where you are, I'm responding to all the comments. So you don't have to worry about getting lost or like getting not being heard. But yeah, trying to bring back life to the Project Armada channel and my own channel because I haven't been uploading a whole lot recently, and I'm trying to get back into the groove of creating things. And you know, part of doing that is making things, right? So what are we gonna do? I'm thinking it's gonna be like a cylinder. How many spies are selected? Vertices 22. Well, that doesn't mean anything. Technically, it's got two sides. You got more than one screen or something? I do have more than one screen. I have two screens. My left screen is devoted to me just seeing comments and chat, and my right screen has got Blender on it. So I can sort of see both things in full view. Yeah, I'm using Restream And I'm paying for it. They used to let you do simultaneous, like, 2 YouTube channels. I guess it never really did let you use 2 YouTube channels for free, but there used to be 2 different versions of YouTube. There used to be YouTube Events and YouTube regular. Like, one was for live streaming, one was just for regular YouTube. They got rid of that recently, so there's only YouTube. So I have YouTube, but I've got 2 YouTube channels, so I'm paying for the use of, so I can stream on both YouTube channels at once. I could stream on YouTube and Twitch, but I know for certain my Twitch channel is dead. I know not a soul views that, so I'm not even gonna bother with it. My third screen is a CRT. People call me a weirdo, but it's great for retro games. Hey, absolutely, they were designed to be viewed on CRT screens. That's why they look terrible on HD monitors, because they weren't meant to be stretched that wide, and when they're not stretched that wide, there's 2 large black bars on either side. And then, of course, the textures are real muddy on some of these retro games. So it's like, ooh, this was not meant to be viewed this way. Clearly, they didn't know. They didn't know what was coming. And also, it didn't matter, because they were dealing with the technology of the time. But yeah, so, more power to you for using that setup. Come on, brain, what were we thinking about? I was thinking about something. Oh yes, I was deciding whether or not I was going to use a curve to make this, or if I was going to try to build it. I think I'm going to use a curve and then just bring it in after the fact. So, what I mean by that is I'm going to create a Bezier curve and use a NURBS circle to inform the shape of that curve. You'll see what I mean in a moment. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to try it. Something similar to what I did with the hair on one of the characters that I did recently, commissions for Clara, the squirrel. See, her hair was made out of curves, and it's easier to shape them because it's just like a line, and you'll see what I mean. So we're gonna do a curve. I think it's a NURBS circle. What's the word? The button. My brain is all over the place. So it's at Control A. Yes. Apply rotation. There we go. Scale this thing down. Don't need it to be so big. Thinking of making a game as well as something like a turn-based game. Hang on. Let's see here. That's pretty much a class. This is pretty much a class law. Oh no, sometimes I can rant for hours on topics and stuff. You don't get me started on random bits of information. My brain is full of trivia that is not useful in any other context. It's not something that I'm ashamed of. It's just how it is, you know. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring in a curve now. We're gonna be getting a NURBS curve, I think is what I want. No, I don't want a NURBS curve. First it's selected. First we'll do Shift A and then go like a Bezier. No. That's what I want. Okay, so on the Bezier there's options to go like, okay, well I want to do a so I want to taper an object. I want to bevel this thing. I'm going to use the NURBS circle to do that. So that's weird why that did that. I don't understand what's happening here. Yeah, that's interesting how that worked. Alright, great. Interesting. Alright. But you can do things like radius. You can grab it. It's based on this shape, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna edit this shape. Have to decide on what the top of this thing is, though. Alright. See that? So I'm changing the shape of it by simply changing the shape of this particular spline here. And then I can, of course, direct the angle of it by grabbing it at any of these points. So it's very useful. I was thinking of making a game as well, like a turn-based game. Okay, so you're like, what, an RPG type of thing? That could be fun. The other thing I can do, of course, is I can taper it. And, like, you know, make it sort of taper down and then make on this side, make it bigger and make that smaller. I can even, like, cap it. I can tilt it and rotate it as well. So I can rotate along certain axes and that kind of stuff and get, like, really cool looking shapes and that kind of thing. So that's what I'm going to do, because this has, like, a very specific shape to it. Gonna make it wider at the tip here. Change this thing's shape a little bit as well, because it seems to be kind of hard. What is going on here? Alright, there we go. Make it more tapered at the end here. So you get these kind of like neat looking shapes here. And this shape here. Scale it down anyway. So we're gonna try to, let's see here. Why are you asking me these questions, man? Are we trying to make jokes here? I'm gonna ask you to make them funny. Grab along the x-axis. Grab along the z-axis. And essentially what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna kind of, if this works, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to form this around the head shape. So, like, tilt. Yeah, I wanted to make a. Just thinking since we never know. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to make a world that is kind of like Sonic, but its own thing. Okay, so I can understand that. A lot of people do. So what do you mean by kind of like Sonic? Is it just like its own, like, sort of like with the kind of character types, but it's not Sonic related? And when I say character types, I guess like your hero that sort of goes around doing hero things, and your monster of the week kind of situational day saving. Interesting looking. Why can't I see the thing? I guess is what's weird about that. Alright. Hello and welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. Character design, no. But no official characters. Whole new cast of characters that it remind them of Sonic, but its own series. I guess so similar to Freedom Planet. I can dig it. Hello, who's in here?
So what's happening?
I mean, did you see Modeling Hive? That's not what's happening, but I just was wondering if you saw it.
Oh no! No! What's happening in Modeling Hive?
Look at it. Look at it. I'm going to start.
Looking at it. Jeez.
He's
real picky, you know.
She's...
What to think about his opportunistic. Okay.
I'm going to start filling in Bree's character. Okay, this is stuff that I should probably not be reading out to people.
That's a Brown Tails.
Uh-huh.
What does it mean?
I don't know. Do you see what's on the bottom? That's not Tails.
Oh, it's Scream Butt.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, just need to switch modeling another to balancing. So yeah, need to tweak some shapes. Okay.
Scream's butt is toned.
Like more tone than it was. Okay, it's fine. This person's a sculptor. She's sculpting. Let her do it. Let her do that. Okay, just need to calm down. Stop being such a, spoil sport.
I'm saying it's bad. I'm just saying Scream has a toned butt.
Yeah, no, obviously. Do you know of any way to place a model's rig into another model? Yes, Freedom Planet is the best example. Red Espio. Sup? How's it going, Sonics? Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. So to answer your question, Christmas Animator, you can place a model rig into another model. You can do that. You can just, you can't see it on my screen probably, but if you were to have a rig, you can import a rig from another model and then try to parent that model, parent that rig. So say we got, I got Scream's rig over here, by the way. Actually, I have Scream. So here's Scream. She's a little bit smaller, but that's just because I'm modeling his head big. I'm gonna scale it down when I'm done with it, because the idea is they're about to be about the same size. Scream is about 1 meter in height. Shout's gonna be about 1 meter and a couple of centimeters. She's gonna have a little bit of height on her, but it's largely these feather tufts. The rig though, imagine this is of course not the rig that I would do that with, but because I would probably try to make all these rigs individually. But you can take this rig object, right, and then send it somewhere. It has a name. It's called Scream Rig, right? It's got all this information with it. It's essentially its own object. So I can import this object and then select that thing and select this thing and hit Control P. It'll give me objects with set parent to the rig. And when you're setting the parent to an aperture, it gives you the options of empty groups, envelope weights, automatic weights. Automatic weights is usually a good way to go if you don't already have weight painting on the object, though it kind of is haphazard, and you're going to end up having to fix it. It's just a faster way to get it started. Anyway. That's pretty easy to do. All you gotta do is bring it into an object. What about weight painting in the process of importing?
So yeah, what is weight? What is, like, okay. I probably should have asked this question a long time ago, and I almost guarantee I have. What is weight painting?
Weight painting is the process of applying, the word I'm looking for is influence to the bones. So, to the bones... Okay, influence of the bones onto certain vertex groups. So essentially what you're doing is you're saying, okay, this bone can control this much space. And so when I move this bone, it moves this much, right? It pulls and pushes and all that kind of stuff on this particular group. So this is the vertex group, which is just this vertice, that vertice, that vertice, and that vertice. Or that vertex. Yeah, that vertex. So this vertex, that's a vertex group, right? And say you apply that to a bone. Then you do that, and now that bone controls that particular piece of the model. So that's essentially what a bone, like the skeleton is, the rig is you bring that in, and then essentially, like say the screen rig. In fact, I'll show you on the screen rig. We'll just do this. Hide everything else. Hide that, whatever. So I'm going to show you right now the weight paint version. So, okay, this is a good example right here. We got a bone. That is her jaw. Okay, can't select it because, of course, I didn't give myself the opportunity to do that. Pose mode. There's a couple things we need to fix. Okay. So, weight paint, right? So, this is weight painting. Rotate this bone right here. That bone controls these vertex groups. In fact, if you were to go in here and then select bottom jawbone, you'd see those are all the little vertexes it controls. It has varying amounts of control over these particular vertex, and that goes from 0 to 1, and that's your weight. The weight is the amount of influence that the bone has over the vertexes in the vertex group. So I can rotate that thing, blah blah blah. Her head is a whole other different story because this is the bone that controls her head. But then you can move that around. Because the
stream now, I'm looking at the stream now. You are messing up her beat. Oh, it's disgusting. I love it.
I mean, you love to see it. You love to see people getting messed up. Anyway, that's essentially what a vertex group is. To answer your question, to answer Christmas animators, he's talking about what about weight painting in the process of importing. You will have to apply the weights. So this one's already got weights. The weights are actually on the models. They're not carried with the rig. So you don't have to worry about moving this rig and putting it on another model, except for the fact that you'd have to resize it. And this particular thing, Auto Rig Pro, is so fine-tuned that you doing that might actually mess it up. So I wouldn't advise doing that at all. You'd have problems getting it to work properly. So you'd actually have to make a new rig. So I would not take this rig and put it onto any other character model. That being said, if you took a rig like the one that I made and you wanted to apply it, all you'd have to do is resize the bones and then essentially, like I was talking about before, bring the rig in and then select the object that you wanted to have, like, rig parented to it. Select the object, select the rig, then Control P, and then it'll bring up this object, select parent, and you can do automatic weights, and that will automatically assign weights, paint to the model based on, however it does that. It will more often than not, be wrong entirely, so you will have to go in there and erase certain weights and add weights and all that kind of stuff, but it's ultimately a faster process than trying to go from bone to bone and doing it yourself. You can do envelope weights, empty groups. Empty groups will create the spaces, but it won't actually... it'll just say, like, okay, this model already has weights applied to it, associated with it. So empty groups will basically just go like, here's what all of these things are called, And if you have vertex groups already assigned to the model, it'll just go like, okay, and it'll just sort of fill those spaces. And that only works if you've already had a similar rig applied to that model. So anything like, so say foot.l is missing from the actual weight paint. If there's no vertex group on the model called foot.l, even if the rig comes in and gets like empty group called foot.l, that will not apply to anything. But if it does have vertex groups already, and one of them is called foot.l, it will just sort of basically take that role over, essentially. It's weird. I'm not explaining it the best. There's better videos and stuff to watch about this kind of thing. But that's essentially how it works. You can just bring a model in, you can bring a rig in, and you'd have to line up the rig by editing it, going into edit mode, moving around the bones to line up with the model and all that kind of stuff. And then, like, you know, fixing it that way. Anyway, that's kind of how it works.
Modeling is complicated.
I mean, you know, all art forms are complicated. There's like a professional level, there's a intermediate level, there's a beginner level, and then there's a I know nothing level. And you know, you got to start somewhere, right? Everyone does, so why not the beginning?
I love my cat right now.
Oh,
it's like standing outside of my room on my door, looking between like the crack between the wall and the door. Like it's like freaking eyes glow like a freaking Trico. I love that. It's like, oh, you're adorable. Looking at you, want to get in here? Oh, it's so cute. Why do you look so scared?
Because I'm a predator and you are my prey. So I'm trying something here. Let's see here. Any other things? I was planning to do some Mario animations for a green screen project and then apply the animations on a copyright-free model for my portfolio. But if it's a simple model, it won't be that hard to, now that I see. Thanks, teacher. Hey, no problem, Christmas Animator. I am here to help everyone understand something or other.
Oh, thinking of Blender.
Yeah?
The animation stuff. I saw my recommended. I've seen this twice, both in the original version and an updated version of it. In my recommended, it was a Spider-Man web swing, like you know how like the in Spider-Man movies they usually have like a scene of like Spider-Man like swinging through a city or whatever. Like a one-track kind of shot. You know what I mean?
I think.
Like when you have those scenes in like Spider-Man movie where like he's web swinging, it's usually like one big like ongoing like shot, like a tracking shot.
Yeah.
Where you like go through the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
I saw a Blender animation where somebody tried to replicate something like that. It was interesting because like it's like the stills, like if you pause at any point in that video, it would look pretty impressive for something in Blender. It looks really impressive. But then it starts moving and it looks real change.
Oh, interesting. Wait, there's a third one here, right? There is not.
I want to video to check it out.
Alright, cool.
You can check it out. You can check it out on stream right now. I want your opinion on it because I feel like I really want your opinion on this, and I think it might be interesting to talk about on stream because it's like a weird kind of thing. Let's see here. Where is? Speaking of Spider-Man, like visual effects, what would you say is the best looking Spider-Man film in terms of VFX?
I don't know. Are we going to talk about the technical ability, or are we going to talk about the most modern looking graphics? Because, you know, that's like one of those things where I feel like all of them look pretty good, except for maybe Electro. I mean, he didn't look
Electro's
really
a little weird. I'm talking about the Amazing Spider-Man 2. Electro can be a little weird, but like the Spider-Man model that they have for the CGI sequences in the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is so friggin' sophisticated. It's so good.
Yeah, sure. And that's why it's a tough conversation to have, because it's like, oh, well, what am I talking about here? Am I talking about, I mean, I appreciate the design. It's good. they've all been pretty good, and I watched pretty much all of them at the time they came out. So it's like they looked great when they did. That was the epitome of what it was to be a Spider-Man thing, you know. So
the Amazing Spider-Man 2, like, what is it specifically though? Talking about that film CGI, oh my god! You go back and watch any scene of Spider-Man swinging around, that model, that CG model, like, it's pretty clear that it's CG, but it is so lifelike. Okay. It's so detailed and friggin' like they have, like, instead of it looking like what they do in most films, like, the MCU does this to an extent, but not nearly as well, I believe, as the Amazing Spider-Man 2 did, where, you have, like, the suit, like, with each movement the suit does, like, the way it's rigged and animated or something, like, the friggin' suit, like, every single individual area of the suit is subject to have, like, ripples and physics and stuff like that. It's so good. It looks so good.
Okay.
I just find it impressive. It's practically impossible to distinguish the difference between the CGI model and the actual real-life actor, even when in motion.
Alright. Hang on just a second.
Like, the only reason you know it's really like a CGI scene is like, well, yeah, this is obviously CGI because there's no way this crap's real, but it looked real.
Right. I agree. The Tom Holland suits are kind of over-exaggerated, says Christmas Animator. Did you say that?
I don't know what you mean by... what do you mean by over-exaggerated?
Did you say they were over-exaggerated? I don't remember you saying
that. I didn't say that. Okay. I was talking about the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit model.
Now... maybe he was agreeing with something else, and then he just thinks that the other suit is over-exaggerated, which is fine. It's a fair point.
I'm saying like the what is it? The ripple effects and the sophistication of the model, like its quality, is a lot better in the Amazing Spider-Man 2 than what's in the MCU films, like the CG model they use.
Okay. Hang on.
Talking about something a bit what is it? Talking about something a bit simpler though, like when it comes to like suit designs, like Spider-Man suit designs, the live action ones anyway. Which one would you say is your favorite?
It's one of those things where I don't have a favorite. I don't care. I haven't really focused. Like, I'm not saying that to spite you. I really just can't think of a thing that I like the most. I guess when I first saw the Amazing Spider-Man, not the Amazing Spider-Man, just Spider-Man 1, and they were showing his suit all up close, I'm like, oh, those are meant to be raised bumps? I thought that was just a stripe pattern, like a plaid thing he was wearing. And I thought that was pretty cool looking. And that was just the basic Spider-Man suit, so I liked that one a lot. It was the first time I'd seen one in live action in a movie. So it was pretty impressive.
Like, the Amazing Spider-Man suit, what were you saying?
I mean, next to Tom Holland's suits, it looks great. Simple and realistic. Which suit are you referencing, Christmas Animator? I know my fans get a little warm in my room here.
What is it? The Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit, though, is definitely my favorite live-action Spider-Man suit. It's basically the Raimi suit, but better.
But better. It's the Raimi suit, except I like it more.
My favorite thing about the Amazing Spider-Man, it's just straight up the comic book suit, minus the spider symbol. But, like, it's like that mask, like the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is my favorite mask out of any of the live-action suits. Like those big eyes, like the Ultimate Spider-Man looking eyes. The way they, like, gleam. How glossy they look. Oh, it looks so cool.
Okay. Cry was spoken. He thinks it looks cool. On the X-axis.
It's the most comic accurate Spider-Man suit we've ever had.
Alright.
Also, I love how they don't explain his change in suits between the first and the second movie. They had to release a prequel comic for that.
Oh. Very efficient way of telling a story. Everyone knows that. Rebel on the X. Most people aren't going to see that.
I think Sega took some inspiration from Sony Pictures.
Well, they have always wanted to be Sony. No, they're not. I'm kidding. I don't know what they want to do with their lives.
I feel like I'm lying. But I'm not entirely sure if that's true or not.
Yeah.
But, like, the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit is beautiful. It's like, that's the thing that bothers me. Like, The Amazing Spider-Man 2 has an amazing suit. Its special effects are incredible, specifically the Spider-Man stuff. Like, there are individual scenes in that movie that I love and are some of the best out of any Spider-Man film. Like, the web-swinging sequences especially are amazing. They are phenomenal. Too bad it's in a trash movie.
It's the unfortunate side of special effects and stuff. They're tied to the movie that they're in, and they can't save it if the movie is no good.
Like, I specifically feel pretty bad for Andrew Garfield, because that dude loves Spider-Man so much. Like, oh man, that dude, oh man, I feel bad for him. He went on record. Have you heard about, like, his, like,
No.
opinion on working on those films? Like,
I
his thought?
I have not.
He said that, he said that it broke his heart to be in specifically The Amazing Spider-Man 2, because he felt like he was, like, doing the character a disservice. He felt like he was ruining one of his childhood as he was playing the character.
Oh, you're talking about Andrew Garfield.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too bad. He wasn't, though. It wasn't his fault. He even got
I feel like that dude just got screwed over. Like he said, like, you know, he felt amazing to play. It felt amazing to play Spider-Man, but like, he felt awful given the material that he was given. He just wished he could have been in a better movie.
I referenced the suit from The Amazing Spider-Man. That's why I said I agree, because that suit is also my favorite. Forgive my English. No problem. I didn't understand exactly what you were saying. That's all. Just trying to get a little clarification. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it.
Of the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit.
I don't care. I'm sorry. I don't remember what it looks like. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to yell. I'll have to watch the movie again, though, for real. No, I do care about Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man as much as the next guy, unless the next guy is Cryo, in which case I don't even know Spider-Man. I know nothing. I like a flashlight next to the sun when it comes to my knowledge of Spider-Man when Cryo is in the room. So, I don't necessarily know. I can't hold a cogent conversation about Spider-Man. I'm sorry to say that. I want you to understand that I don't hate you. It's just what you represent.
I represent somebody who's passionate about Spider-Man. I hate those.
I hate passionate people. Oh my goodness, you like those Archie fans? No. I know what it's like to be about really interested in something though, so don't get me twisted. Don't get it wrong.
It's like, man, it's like, would the dynamic be flipped if we were talking about Superman right now?
Probably not. I don't necessarily know a whole lot about Superman. I like Superman. I think he's fine. It's just, I don't know a whole lot about Superman. I know a few things.
Said that you don't. I know you definitely have said in the past couple times that you don't like how much he's hated for stupid reasons.
Yeah, it's like, he's a character meant to represent a certain set of ideas. It's like, well, he's not as gritty as Batman. Like, if he did what Batman did, he'd be a villain, and there'd be no way to redeem him, because Batman is all out.
Like Superman, it's like, oh, he can do anything. He's not interesting. I used to be like that, and then I thought about it's like, maybe that's supposed to be intentional, because he's this god that's trying to act amongst men. He's
trying to live in our world by our rules. And that sometimes that leads him to doing the wrong thing, because he's trying to fit in, and it's like everyone's all like, "Well, you're just a big blue Boy Scout. You can't do certain things," and it's like, don't get it twisted. I could kill you if I wanted to. It's not hard at all for me to do.
Most interesting, but that's the thing though. Everyone's like, "Oh, Superman's just this perfect character." It's like, no, he's not. The most interesting Superman stories are always the one that show his human side and how he's easily able to be broken. bring in Injustice.
Yeah, that's
So interesting.
they keep going back to that well a little bit much, but sure, it's a good jumping off point for some different kinds of Superman fiction. Alright, let's see. You're so mean to Spidey fans. Am not! That was more of an explanation for me, which I liked.
Oh man,
it's not quite working
but,
out
like,
the way I'd hoped it would.
But what do you mean they keep going back to Injustice? What do you mean by that?
Well, Gods Among Us, the whole arc, every time we get a new Superman in a game, he's the bad guy or something like that, which I guess is a way to keep him interesting. But it's even the recent Suicide Squad games that's coming out. Superman's evil in that.
Oh, Zack Snyder? What? Oh no, it's Suicide Squad game.
Yeah, they showed a trailer for it not too long ago. And
man, what if there was like I mean, there definitely is a story like this probably, but what if there was like a Superman story where, I mean, there definitely is, I'm not even but like there's a Superman story where he's just like depressed.
I am super depressed, man. I thought this was going to be a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. There was a day where
Superman's like, you know what, I need a break, I'm tired. And then Superman just like has a day where he's like using all of his powers to just relax.
Yeah, super relaxed. Super relaxed, man. This is not gonna work the way I'd hoped it would.
Superman's a character. I just haven't been interested in Superman really as much as like.
That's fine.
I mean, Spider-Man is my favorite superhero of all time. They're the only DC character I really care about or follow is probably Batman, and even then, that's very loosely.
I don't know what Batman's up to most of the time.
I mean, I play pretty much the largest, like the deepest I ever went into Batman like lore and knowledge is just. I know that right. I know about the one time he turned into a interdimensional time bomb, pirate Batman. That was weird.
Pirate Man. We'll come back to that later.
Those are all good.
Congratulations, you received 100 messages today in Restream chat. That's amazing. Wario is the best DC character. I got a special, I don't know. That's great. I'm not gonna tweet that. Restream, calm down. You thirsty.
Look at this accomplishment I got today, guys. Like nobody cares, but
this is a stupid achievement that I got for streaming. Also, I streamed. Did you know that? Please notice me.
Oh man. Well, like, did you ever play the Batman Arkham game?
I did not. No.
Man, you are missing out.
I have wanted to play them. I have. I guess I have the opportunity to play them. It's on the system that I own. I just don't be buying games like that.
Do you want to get the 360 version, or do you want to get the PS4 remaster?
Yeah, I want to limit myself and buy the freaking 360 version. Get like the ugliest version I can get.
Like genuinely, I think I remember hearing the PS4 remaster have some like, possibly the worst version of the game or like some horrible thing, but I don't know if that's entirely true because that was years ago and we don't know.
I mean, it's been years haven't they been able to release updates? Like, no, we don't release updates. Batman is perfect whenever he's released. No need to change. It's fine. Okay.
Exactly. But like, I'm thinking, what is it? I'm thinking like, yeah, the Batman Arkham games are great. Like, you like Spider-Man PS4, right?
Yes, I enjoyed that. And I'm pretty sure I'd enjoy the Batman Arkham games, no doubt. It's just, I ain't buy it yet. I don't buy a lot of games, because games cost money, and I have a job, but I don't like to spend my money, except for on things like gummy worms. Yeah. Do I want to do a cylinder or a cone?
As we roll, that's like covered in his apartment that is built with nothing. Gummy.
That's the lore.
He was not lying.
Like, wow, you are not kidding. You're in... I think you might have a problem. Oh, no, definitely. It's a...
You got a gummy worm issue here, bro. The gummy worm
just selected. I shouldn't have spent so much time on that other idea. It wasn't going to work, and I should have known that. Maybe a cone. I can do it with a cylinder. Cylinder's easier to work with, I think. opinion.
Would you consider yourself more of like a DC fan or a Marvel generally?
I'm not one of these people who picks a side. Like, if I had to think about it, though, like most of the recent
I'm not saying
characters...
pick a side. I'm not saying pick a side, just like which one do you find yourself leaning more towards in terms of like...
I really feel like a poser for saying this, but it's like I just go for what's like easily available media. Like, I do like to watch the DC cartoon movies, like the animated films that they make. Those are really fun a lot of the time. Like Assault on Arkham or Batman and Superman, Public Enemies. Or even that one where they all had to fight Vandal Savage. So I like those movies a lot. I don't
Even
like
Batman
the Marvel
with Red Hood?
cartoons. Huh?
Even Batman and the Red Hood?
Oh, yeah. Under the Red Hood? Heck yeah. That was good. Did you see that?
I think that's one of the few DC animated films that I've seen.
Yeah, then there's Red Sun Superman. Now, I didn't watch the movie first. I watched the
Red Sun Superman.
animated
Red
comic.
Sun Superman is scary.
Yeah, it's a little freaky, but I liked it. The comic was pretty cool. I read the I watched the motion comic. I didn't see the movie because it's like a little bit different and kind of the ending of Red Sun Superman is kind of cool because it kind of turns out that, like, you know, Lex Luthor. I don't know. That's spoilers for Red Sun Superman, but you have seen it, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, a while ago.
Was it the movie or the comic thing?
I think I read up on it in the comic.
All right, fair enough. I don't know if I don't remember. Okay, so I didn't read the comic, right? I watched the movie, which is not the same thing, but
Oh, no, I didn't watch the movie or like read the comic. I think I probably watched like one of those like hour-long lore video podcasts.
okay. So I watched a motion comic that they released on YouTube, or someone put it on YouTube, and they just never took it down. It was pretty neat. It was like this whole idea, but the idea at the end that actually, like, over time, Superman is the descendant of Lex Luthor, and they sent him back in time. And like he was fighting against himself. Like, that was kind of a neat twist. And I was like, oh man, that's sick. Because he was always fighting him like, oh, he doesn't belong here. He's like, he's from here, you douche. No way to know that, of course. And he's incredibly long-lived. But the idea of Red Sun Superman being like this, kind of growing up in the Soviet Union, but still being Superman ultimately, but having like a different bent on it, kind of a neat concept. Somehow Batman shows up wherever Superman is, I guess, is the lore of this story, because there was a Batman in Russia instead of in, you know, America, where he's usually from. I guess they did that so that they wouldn't be like have like Batman fighting against Lex Luthor, because you most certainly would have.
Oh, remember that time where Batman and Superman went to fight a zombie army?
No, I don't. Wait, what was that? I don't remember when that was.
I think they went to some like island or something, and there was like a zombie virus or whatever, and Superman and Batman just killed it.
They killed the zombie virus. That sounds like something they would do. What are you doing this weekend? I'm killing a zombie horde. Sounds fun.
I like to think.
Can I come?
I think that was like DC. I like to think it was like in some way DC's response to Marvel Zombies. Like, oh, look at the spin-off potential. It's like, no, that's dumb.
Yeah.
I do like Marvel Zombies though. You ever read on it?
No, I did not read that.
Yeah, Marvel Zombies is probably one of the most interesting Marvel spin-offs.
All right. Scale.
I remember when they all consumed the Silver Surfer and gained the power of Cosmic. So now we have Cosmic Zombies that travel through different dimensions.
That seems like we've left the zombies behind. But no, they're still zombies. They want brains. Like, oh. I thought this would have maybe healed them.
Okay, so to summarize the Marvel Zombie story, there's a virus that breaks out. Honestly, one of my favorite moments is early on in the storyline, where in that universe, the Marvel Zombie, like the zombie virus breaks out. It starts to spread throughout New York. And Tony Stark is completely like just drunk, like completely wasted. And just walking around his office like the zombie virus breaks out. So what he decides to do is drink his alcohol that's laced with like these bacteria or virus killing like nanite. So then he'd get like just super like drunk, walk out into a zombie horde of people getting infected in his office.
Oh, and they'd bite him.
Blow up all over the office to kill them.
Oh, I thought he was gonna heal them, but no, he was killing them. That's a weird way to go, but I guess he was kind of also suicidal that day. Weird. And he's all like, "Hey, everybody, I'm Iron Man." Blows himself up. It's not as cool now, is it? I've ruined that moment forever.
But yeah, basically what ends up happening is that all the Marvel heroes are infected. But the interesting thing about like the Marvel zombies is that they're not like traditional zombies. They still retain all of their intelligence and like control and memory as well. Like when they're eating people and like killing them and doing all this horrible stuff, like they are completely, fully conscious and aware of what they're doing. And it's like this sort of like, it's sort of like a mental tick, like a disease, where they don't have control over like their own, like not over their own thoughts, but it's like a sort of like urge to just feed off of people.
Right.
It's like this weird mental thing. So
Right.
interesting. Because eventually, the story develops in a manner where Hank Pym, Ant-Man, finds like T'Challa, one of the few remaining Marvel heroes that hasn't been infected yet,
Right.
and tries to use his like both his blood and messing around with like Hank Pym's his own like infected blood to try to develop a cure for it. But in order to remain basically sane, and in control of himself, he needs to keep feeding off of flesh, which at that point in the story they had basically ran out of on all planet Earth. So he has to like dismember T'Challa slowly, like body part by body part, like as little as he can. But he has to like basically dismember different parts of T'Challa and then eat those just so he can keep T'Challa alive as well as keep his own sanity, so he can keep developing the cure.
Jeez, it's pretty freaking awful. Sounds like something out of
Really interesting.
T'Challa's all like, "Wait, we cannot just sort of grow my flesh in a vat or something? Like, no, I have to eat it directly off of you." Like that thing from Little Shop of Horrors, like, must be human, must be fresh.
Saw it off first. He does a surgery. It's very sophisticated.
Oh, sure, no, definitely. Absolutely, the most humane way to eat a man is through surgical means of removing his body parts. Yes, definitely.
Oh. But, yeah, and basically what ends up happening is, one of the coolest moments in Marvel Zombies is when, like, the Wasp, Hank Pym's wife, ends up finding his T'Challa, which like his T'Challa like little hideout area, and then like they're like been keeping this from us, and he's like, I'm trying to develop a cure right now. It's like, you want to do that? I'm like, yeah. None of us like being like this.
It's like, right, that's true. I don't know what came over me. I thought I was mad, but then I realized, what am I mad about? You trying to solve the problem? Yeah. I am mad about you trying to solve the problem. No, I'm angry.
Basically, what the Wasp ends up trying to do is try to like warn the other zombies of like Hank Pym's little T'Challa hideout. And then Hank Pym grows to giant man size, and then takes the Wasp and bites her right off. Like, just kills her right there.
Oh, jeez.
But
had to kill my wife. Sorry.
But oh, and according to Marvel's lore, Marvel Zombies lore, zombies cannot feed off of other zombies. It tastes awful to them. Like, it's just rotting and gross and terrible.
Oh, yeah, I imagine.
T'Challa eventually escaped with crutches because he lost, I think, either one and or both of his legs.
Sheesh.
And then he travels back to Wakanda, which is basically like the last stronghold of human civilization.
Right.
I forget what they did. I forget what they did when T'Challa was gone. I forget who was like put in charge. I think it may have been Shuri. That or Shuri was infected. I forget. But yeah, basically, what is it? The most interesting part of the Marvel Zombie story was probably when they paved the Hunger Path, which was like this really super like crazy thing that ended up happening where they ended up consuming like most of the like food source that they had on Earth, and ended up like just destroying everything. So then they're like, well, now what do we do? We still need to do this, but we ran out of food now. And then the Silver Surfer comes by, and then they eat the Silver Surfer and gain the power cosmic, and then they start traveling to different planets in their universe, and then consume all the flesh in the universe.
That sounds like a Grey Goose scenario where I guess after that they just sort of go crazy and die. Too bad there weren't any Infinity Stones in this universe, eh? Would have been useful.
Here's the thing. It actually starts to turn into this really cool, like, what is it? This really cool thing that ends up happening where, like, all the zombies are together, and they're like, okay, now what do we do? Like, we're running out of food.
Hang on.
We need to feed ourselves. How do we, like...
Got a message here
what?
from Christmas Animator. How do I call you, Rotalus? You mean, like, my name? Rotalus? Rotalus.
It's Rotalus, yeah.
Rotalus.
But, like, what is it? But yeah, like, there's a moment where, like, the zombies are basically like, alright, we ran out of food, now what do we do? We still need to find food, and what little food we do find, we need to make sure we spread evenly amongst, like, all of us to do that, like, ration that out. And then, what is it? The Hulk ends up coming out, and the Hulk is basically considered, like, this sort of jerk, because it's, like, eating everyone's food. And he's like, you know, it's like, you don't need as much food as you're taking, you're just being gluttonous.
He's like, yeah,
and you're like this terrible person eating all of our food. And then the Hulk ends up trying to fight all the other zombies, and ends up killing a lot of them. But the Hulk is later completely eradicated by, I believe, Spider-Man shooting some cosmic blast at the Hulk and then just completely severing his torso from his body, just eviscerating it. What ends up happening after this point, where they basically ran out of food, a few of the zombies, due to their lack of feeding for a long period of time, start to, like, the sort of sensation, the urge to feed on flesh, start to dissipate over time. And then they're like, wait, hold on. What the flip is happening right now? And then they realize that, like, their need to feed and their hunger for flesh is completely psychological. They do not need to eat anything anymore. It's just this craving they get that just dissipates over time if they don't do it for a long period.
Holy crap. They're gonna feel terrible about themselves.
What?
They're gonna feel terrible about themselves, like, oh, we didn't have to do any of that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens to most of them.
Like, oh no! We were just eating people. You know, that actually reminds me of a book that I read not too long ago called Elantris. Yeah, I'll explain it later. But it's similar because, like, there are these people. There's this magical city called Elantris. Some people in the surrounding area can transform into what are called Elantrians. And in times past, that meant you kind of reached this altered state of being where you were like, you were immortal, you never got hungry, you know, you could do anything you wanted, you could create food with magical and all that kind of stuff. But something happened in the recent past that caused the transformation to become corrupted, and Elantrians were basically turned into this weird kind of messed up zombie people who, while alive, they would not heal. So if you cut an Elantrian, they would remain cut. That cut would never heal, and the pain from that cut would never subside. So any sort of pain that Elantrian would feel would be long and, like, everlasting pain. So whenever Elantrians got hurt, all their wounds would accumulate, and eventually they'd lose their mind to become like these Hoid kind of zombie things. They put these Elantrians in the city, the ancient city of Elantris, to kind of keep them away from the rest of society, where the Elantris is essentially starved. They would scavenge the remains of, like, you know, whatever they've sent the Elantrian into the city. They'd send them with an offering or whatever, like, of, like, you know, their little rites or whatever. And the other Elantrians would steal that from that particular person. And, you know, you didn't want to get hit. There were different factions in Elantris. But one of the guys who goes in there, he's like, he tries his best to sort of reestablish society, sort of build them back up and all that kind of stuff. And then they find out later that Elantrians don't need to eat, and as long as they have a sense of purpose in life, they don't feel the hunger. So actually what he was doing was helping them sort of like realize that. But they still do get hurt and accumulate damage and will just sort of live forever in pain until the whole situation gets solved at the end of the book. I won't spoil that for you, but that reminded me of the Elantrians. Anyway, hey, how's it going, Rocket Pals 9U9, Koi Smile? That's a great explanation of the comic. It actually curious about reading it, but this guy saved me the time, says Christmas Animator. Uh-oh, you should probably still read it.
What ends up happening in Marvel Zombies after that point, though, after they realize that, oh shoot, I think we did a big L, guys. Like I'm thinking, oh wait, what happened next?
Oh my goodness, Muties, modeling.
They find the Wakandian stronghold of humanity, and then they're like, "Hey guys, sorry."
Sorry, bro. Didn't mean to.
They basically go up there, and they're like, "Yeah, like." Occasionally, like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's again purely mental, and it's like, so long as like they're not surrounded by a large assortment of people, which obviously they're not, they don't feel that kind of urge, like that temptation. So they basically say like, "Hey guys, we're sorry. We'll help you rebuild your civilization."
Sorry guys, ate all you guys. Didn't mean to. Actually did mean to. Didn't know I didn't have to. That's the only thing.
Yeah, so basically they do that. They try to, reform humanity and help them out. Meanwhile, there's a member, I forget exactly who. It's an important character in the Marvel Universe, but I forget exactly who. Decides to try and build a portal. Tries to build a portal in secret, and lead the zombies to that portal so that they could be sent to another dimension and never be seen again. Or at least, back in time. They wanted to send the zombies back in time to an alternate dimension so that they wouldn't have to deal with them anymore.
Best solution ever.
So they end up doing that by leading the zombies. There was like a really cool scene where like one of the zombies was being attacked by like another human character, and he was trying to get rid of them. So what one of the zombies decides to do, I forget exactly who it was. They decide to bite on T'Challa and turn him into a fresh zombie so that he could eat that human being, and then kill him and get them out of the way. It's like really, really cool stuff.
Wow.
But like what ends up happening is They end up sending the zombies back in time. To an alternate dimension, really, like splitting the timeline, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically, Spider-Man goes back to catch up with Spider-Man, and from this point on, Spider-Man is our sort of main character for this entire story. Where what ends up happening, what ends up happening is that Spider-Man is now in this old reality. He's back, in this fresh reality from before the outbreak happened. Again. Spider-Man's still the same character. He's still the same guy. He's just sort of really, really screwed up and traumatized now.
Yeah. So Spider-Man.
Yeah. And then, he ends up finding all the people in his life that he's killed, like Aunt May and MJ that he ate, and he's like, yeah, I feel sorry for these people. But then, very quickly, after being in that setting surrounded by so many people, the urge starts to come back and he can't control himself anymore. And at that point, the Sinister Six, comes out. And, what ends up happening is the Sinister Six ends up doing their regular thing. And Peter goes over and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna make up for what I did. I'm gonna, fix myself. Basically, Peter feels like this tremendous guilt. Basically, his whole Uncle Ben problem, but on, a global scale.
Yeah.
Then he's like, I'm gonna make up. Yeah, I'm gonna stop these people. I'm gonna be a hero again. I'm gonna be who I want to be. I'm not gonna, be screwed up like this anymore. And he ends up going to fight the Sinister Six. But then at one point, what?
I'm looking at the comments.
saying?
I'm looking at the comments here. First of all, Christmas animators like that's a lot of consciousness to be a zombie. Yeah, they're fully conscious. And Chris is saying he breaks down every time he goes to the grocery store in the rice aisle. I don't understand that. Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway, what were you saying?
Like, yeah, basically what ends up happening is Peter goes to try and fight the Sinister Six like he normally would, but he ends up giving into his zombie urges, and he ends up eating the Sinister Six. One example being, him having an illusion with Mysterio. Spider-Man, at this point, through being infected as a zombie, spider sense is gone, as it originally was, but it was altered and corrupted, so now his Spider-Verse doesn't sense danger, it senses meat.
The meat.
So when he ends up
he's calling him his meaty sense. I'm sorry. I thought that was funny. I do. I'm a whole stand by it.
But what ends up happening, it was funny. But what ends up happening is he ends up going through one of Mysterio's illusions, and he's like, "Yeah, I know which one of you is which." So then he finds the real Mysterio, punches straight through his head, since Spider-Man canonically has that strength, and grabs his brain from outside of his fist dome with his bare hands. It's insane. I think one of the most unsettling parts of the Marvel Zombie universe is how Spider-Man swings around, because he doesn't have web shooters anymore. He doesn't have webs anymore. He uses his veins. He rips his veins out of his wrists and uses those to swing around. And it's really gross.
It's gross. Stop it. I don't want to hear about that. I'm sorry, that's... Okay, he uses his veins, but oof. Oof! Spider-Man, that gets an oof from me, don't you understand? I'm oofing so hard.
Yeah, they don't feel pain, the zombies. They don't feel any pain.
Yeah, but I still gotta see it. Okay.
But like, what ends up happening is Spider-Man ends up killing the Sinister Six, and those which he doesn't kill, he infects. And then basically Spider-Man entirely screwed up this entirely new reality. Single-handedly.
Good job, Spider-Man. You're welcome.
Yeah, and basically after this point, Spider-Man feeling tremendous guilt, he basically breaks down entirely and feels like he's broken his entire moral code. Like, the Marvel Zombie storyline is so interesting specifically for the Spider-Man character, because it puts him through quite possibly the worst experience Spider-Man has ever gone through in any version of the, like, mythos.
Even that time that he decided to sacrifice his wife for his aunt. Wow.
I said worst experience he went through, not the dumbest experience.
Not the dumbest. This was at least not his fault.
No, one more day is Iron Man's fault. But, like, I'm thinking, what is it? Yeah, so what ends up happening is Spider-Man feels tremendous guilt and basically breaks down entirely, and then decides that he's not worth being himself, and decides to rip off his own skin. But then what ends up happening after that is that Peter decides, you know, maybe I can do one more flippin' thing. So Peter decides to go into hiding, underground essentially, and he ends up coming across this. I forget exactly who it was. It wasn't Mary Jane. It was somebody else. I forget who. But there was a character that he ends up coming across underground in a subway station. Spider-Man goes up to them, and they're like, "Holy crap!" And they're like, "Don't worry, I'm not gonna kill you or anything, but I need your help." Like, basically, like, okay, I think was it Storm? It might have been. But, like, okay.
I heard you ate my boyfriend's skin. Yeah, well, no, that was Pam, actually. Don't blame me.
But no, but, like, what ends up happening is, he finds this person, and he's basically like, okay, I need your help. I'm on the cusp of creating a cure, like a cure for the zombie virus, that'll get rid of all of them, because right now they're in, like, the midst of what's starting to be a slow outbreak of the zombie plague in this new reality. But what ends up happening is that Spider-Man's like, okay, I'm on the cusp of creating a cure. I'm this close. I can stop this thing before it goes too far and like ruins your reality like it did mine. But what ends up happening is that Peter is like, okay, I've got everything I need. He bases the entire cure off of Wolverine's regenerative healing factor, reverse engineering. That's create a vaccine for the zombies.
Okay.
Or not a vaccine, just like a cure for them.
Yeah, cure. Vaccines are not cures. That's true.
So,
you see the messages.
What ends up happening?
Okay. Rocket Pal explained his joke. Rocket Pal explained his joke. He said, Uncle Ben Rice. That's every time he goes to the rice aisle. You only have a limited amount of veins. What a great topic for family-friendly Sonic Fan Game Project stream. It was Kitty Pryde. Oh, the person that he talked to? Okay.
Oh, I'm thinking what is it? Right. So what ends up happening after this point is like Spider-Man's like, okay, I needed to go into this bar. Wolverine's gonna show up. You need to get his blood right now. And what ends up happening once he goes into that bar is Wolverine of this reality and Wolverine of the zombie reality end up getting in a fist fight.
Oh, of course.
And
hey, bub.
She's able to grab I think the regular Wolverine ends up killing the zombie version, if I'm not mistaken. But what ends up happening is she gets a sample of Wolverine, like the non-infected Wolverine's blood, brings that back to Peter, and he creates the cure. And he tells her how to disperse it and everything, and Spider-Man's like, all right, my job's done here. I saved this reality, and Spider-Man decides to take the cure, at which case it just straight up dissolves his flesh and he dies.
Oh. Because he was too much of a zombo. Well, he saved everybody else. And that is the purpose of him being a hero.
It both acts. It acts as a cure. It acts as a cure, but really, what it does is it kills the zombie virus. And since they're basically all of that, he just wants to completely destroy them.
Right. Okay. Well, that is.
So Spider-Man saves the universe, but that's not before a few zombies end up escaping. Before that whole thing ends up happening, they end up growing to attack the Watcher of this universe, since they still have cosmic powers of them. And what ends up happening is that they go up to the Watcher, and they find the Watcher, and they end up, because they have the power cosmic, they're able to fight up against him. But before they can fight the Watcher, before the Watcher completely turns into a zombie himself, the Watcher sends the entire Marvel zombie universe into a time loop, where it all starts back from where basically the zombie virus happened, where the meteor lands, a zombie virus meteor lands during an Avengers fight, and then they all get infected that way. Essentially, they take it in, they study it, they get infected. This Watcher sends everything back into a time loop, where everyone's sent back to their reality, and it's a time loop. It's a ever streaming event of these things that will just go on forever and always never trend.
That's great. I hate those, but sure. He uses Sandman to disperse the cure. Because it's just like time loops. Time loops. I mean, I get it. It's a way to write yourself out of a corner. But I guess if that's the purpose of the universe, it just sort of always restarts. They never are able to solve the problem, and that's kind of what makes it kind of like, oh, I guess when you get to the end of the comic, you can just start it over again and reread it.
Thing too, because the zombie thing, it did have a resolution. They're just like, but what if it did?
Oh.
Because they made like the cure and everything, they killed the zombies and all that. The humanity in the original zombie universe is still, like, it's small, but it's thriving. Like, it's still there relatively. It's not thriving, but
I was
it's
gonna
still
say
there.
thriving is
They're
not
alive.
the right word.
The zombies aren't there. It's like, but yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, the end was reached, and there was a relatively bittersweet ending to it, and then Marvel's just like, well, what if there was no conclusion, and it's decided like last minute, oh, there's a time loop now.
Yeah. Let's have this same experience forever. You guys cool with that? No? Too bad. All right, he
He
used
does use
Sandman.
Sandman to disperse secure. I do remember that. It was really cool because the Sandman could not be. He couldn't be infected. He's entirely sand. So Spider-Man ends up like. What ends up happening is that the Sandman is like given a cure, and then he goes inside of the zombies and kills them from the inside out because he has like the zombie like virus side of him now.
Right.
He's like a part of it, and he can't be infected. He's not biological anymore. So yeah, the Sandman ends up saving the day.
Sandman finally being the hero. Very cool. I did something very wrong though when I put this together.
And he ends up finally. Maybe the zombie hero also works on his daughter in the same ring.
Because that's what was happening. She was turning into a zombie. That's what we needed to fix.
Oh no!
That's why we didn't get a Spider-Man 4. Everyone died before they could make it. Mind blown. Except not. That's stupid.
Oh man.
Okay.
Yeah, Spider-Man was a genius though, and he made a zombie cure out of Wolverine blood, which was cool. That's a good story. Now that I've spoiled the entire thing, you have no interest in reading it, but I'd still recommend you check it out.
Sure. I'll probably still watch the Marvel Zombies thing on Disney Plus coming whatever 1,000 years from now. I don't know.
I mean, it's animated, so they have no reason.
This is the same music I use for my demo reel. Yep, this is just a bunch of copyright-free music that I found on YouTube. Because I hate trying to be a disc jockey and working on this stuff at the same time. It is very distracting, and honestly, I haven't really been getting a whole lot done recently.
One of my favorite Marvel Zombies related, like, little tidbits of Marvel lore is that during the second Secret Wars event, where the Ultimate Universe was completely erased except for Miles, what ends up happening is, like, they have every single universe come into one place. Every single Marvel universe and multiverse is brought into this one space. And then, like, there was a moment where they're like, but wait, what about the zombies? So what they do is they have the zombies off in their own little section. I believe in the Savage Lands. I might be wrong. And they basically build a wall. Like just a straight up wall, which I don't know how that keeps the zombies out. There's probably some comic magic lore behind it.
Yeah.
But it's literally just a brick wall. Not a brick wall, but it's just like a wall separating the zombies from every other reality. And in the zombie like little section of that fight, they end up throwing the zombies and these super powered like Ultron from a reality where Ultron took over the universe. And they end up throwing all these Ultron robots and the Marvel Zombies together. That's how we got the Marvel Zombies versus Ultron story, which is very stupid.
Sounds dumb. And, I mean, I can accept some dumb. It's comics, right? You know, they're not really... They're whatever, but...
Oh my god, imagine if the friggin' Marvel... I can imagine the Marvel Zombies story in the MCU, since it's like a what if for each individual film. The what if Marvel Zombies story is in the same what if as like Ultron took over the world. So we get Ultron versus Marvel Zombies.
Yeah, just sort of pack them all together because we ain't got time.
Since there's gonna be a what if for each Marvel film, though, I like to think like it is funny to me because I'm like, there's a what if for each individual Marvel film. You know, it would be kind of funny if they're like, all right, we have what if for every Marvel film, but they skip over the Spider-Man ones.
Oh yeah, because you know they don't own it outright.
Entirely though, I think they probably can because Disney has the TV rights, and that's not technically filmed Spider-Man. That's a TV show, so it works.
Right. Okay, let's see what people are saying. I'm too lazy to read comments. It works for me. Thank you very much for that bit of insight. Okay.
thinking of other Marvel what if stories. You ever hear about the Deadpool killed the Marvel Universe story?
No.
It's a side story where Deadpool ends up going into a psychiatric hospital and worked on by Professor Xavier, and then he ends up snapping.
Oh.
So
Even more?
basically, Deadpool is brought in. Yeah, Deadpool is brought in for treatment by the X-Men to try to figure out, like by Professor Xavier, like, yo, dog, what's wrong with this dude? And then what ends up happening is that Professor Xavier ends up going inside of Deadpool's mind, and Professor Xavier dies as a result.
Okay. Deadpool goes into his mind.
No. Xavier goes into
Deadpool's mind. Oh.
Deadpool's mind, and then he dies of shock.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were that weird. It's like, I'm weirder, bro. I'm weirder.
I mean, I feel like part of it is because, like, Professor Xavier finds out that they're in a comic book, and then he can't conceive the fourth wall. And he breaks.
He's like, oh no, what? How did you know about it? Well, like I can imagine a serious man like that realizing that everything that he's done in his life has been for some children's entertainment. Like, oh
My God.
The indignity of it all.
Every single horrible thing that's ever happened to me was completely out of my control.
Yeah, and being written by like just some dude who none of this affected. Oh, there's some parallels to his real life, but it doesn't really affect him either. Oh. You get all mad. Actually, there's an SCP like that, where the SCP Foundation finds out that it is actually, like, its fate is in the hands of a bunch of random writers, and, like, the FCP Foundation is also engaged in trying to actively kill everyone in our universe because of that. They're trying to stop us from writing more... Right, like, they're trying to stop us.
Do anything?
Yeah, like, they're trying to stop us from writing SCPs, because every time we make one, a new one shows up in their freaking... in containment. Like, we don't want that. That's not good.
Yeah, but then they realize, like, oh, wait. Can't do anything.
Right, but that's never stopped the SCP Foundation before. They are insane. Like, we'll just keep fighting. I don't care. Bellicose to the end.
Read up on that one. That's interesting.
It's I think it's an SCP-001 proposition, but it's the whole idea that like the SCP becomes aware that it is fictional, it exists a dimension where it's perceived as fictional.
That's interesting. Let's see. What is it? Like, what was I saying?
I don't know.
Like Deadpool ends up basically being broke after he was brought in for treatment. I think somebody else worked on it after. I'm forgetting the story, but what ends up happening is that after Deadpool is brought in for psychiatric treatment, both his fun white box, which is his speech bubble, and his yellow box, which is the voice in his head, the white box and the yellow box are replaced. They both die, like separate personalities in his head.
Yes.
His personalities die, like the box die, the characters, and they're replaced with a red box that tells him to kill everyone.
Oh no.
So basically, Deadpool is brought on a warpath where he just ends up he killed every single character in the MCU, or not the MCU, the Marvel universe.
The MU.
And after he kills everyone in his universe, he ends up going on like a multiverse path where Deadpool ends up going into a bunch of fictional stories. It's insane. But there's a part of a story where that intertwines with Deadpool kills the Marvel universe, where Deadpool goes into the world of Moby Dick. It's
What is it with Deadpool and Moby Dick? Because they constantly make... There seems to be always references to Moby Dick from Deadpool. Like, one of the commercials for Deadpool 2 had him, like, talk about Moby Dick in, like a review of Moby Dick. That happened really quickly.
It's probably a reference to that comic.
Interesting. You'll have to check it out, though. It's a trailer for Deadpool 2. And he was talking about just the whale. Man, that's weird. I'll show it to you sometime, I guess.
Well, what ends up happening is that Deadpool ends up going all these different worlds, and then all these different like universes, different versions of Deadpool end up meeting in one place, and that's how we get the story Deadpool kills Deadpool, where the main Marvel Universe Deadpool ends up fighting against the Deadpool that killed the entire Marvel Universe, and now wants to prove himself to be Deadpool by killing all the other Deadpools.
Oh, like the one.
And then. Yeah, and then the main universe, Deadpool ends up going up to the Deadpool that killed the Marvel Universe, and he's like, I have complete faith, I've killed everything, like, I'm gonna kill you, and then he's like, it's like, what is it? Deadpool, our main Marvel Universe Deadpool ends up going up to Deadpool's main Marvel, of the killing universe, whatever. The, Murder Deadpool, as I'll call it, at the same time.
Murder.
So Murder Deadpool ends up talking to main Deadpool. And then main Deadpool goes up to Murder Deadpool, and Murder Deadpool just feels like it's pain in his chest, and he's been like impaled and stabbed right through his heart, and he's like, what the hell? And then like main Deadpool is like, how did you do that? It's like, was that sword there? Was it always there, or did I stab you? Point is, this is my story, so I win.
Oh jeez. But did I stab you?
Stab you, or did somebody put that there? Was it just drawn there? Yeah, so basically, main Deadpool just wins because he's like, well, you can't win because it's my issue.
It's my issue, so it's just gonna be cheap like that, are? Like, yes, we are. What are you gonna do about it? Besides, buy more comics, bro. The only way you can fight back is buying more comics. Grab along the y-axis.
I think one of my favorite Deadpool stories is intertwined with the Deadpool kills Deadpool story, where Deadpool's going through all like these different universes, like the main Deadpool, where Deadpool ends up creating a zombie virus. Not like a zombie virus, but like a zombie virus where he ends up turning every single person in a small village into copies of himself.
Oh, okay. We want that. That's what all the fans were asking for that for certain.
There was also an issue of the Deadpool universe where he ends up finding Headpool, which is the zombie universe Deadpool. And because, like, have you heard of Headpool? You know what Headpool is?
Never heard of Headpool.
Okay, Headpool is the best Marvel zombie character because it's literally Deadpool on a helicopter, like. It's literally just Deadpool's severed head with a little helicopter rotor thing on top of it, so he flies around.
Oh my goodness! I guess he separated himself from the his body so he wouldn't become a zombie.
I think so, but then he ended up surviving because of the whole zombie virus thing. So now he's literally just a head. He used to fly around, but then it's not a thing anymore. So he needs help being carried around. So he's literally carried around by main universe Deadpool, Headpool.
Oh boy, that's absurd. But then, of course, that is the purpose of Deadpool. A comic book character aware that he's a comic
and there was a thing where, and there's a moment where they have to try to get Headpool back into his main reality, and what ends up happening is they get stuck in the Savage Lands with a bunch of like dinosaurs and T-Rexes. So then what they end up doing when they're traveling through different universes is they get stuck in the Savage Land on their way to into Headpool's universe, and they try to get back home. They end up that T-Rex, I believe. Does that T-Rex get the Venom symbiote? Does it? I think it does. I might be thinking of a different story. But what ends up happening is that Headpool ends up trying to give them some time in distracting the T-Rex by fighting the T-Rex, and now we get a zombie Venom T-Rex.
Oh goodness.
So what ends up happening is, or at least a zombie T-Rex. I forget if it's a zombie T-Rex or a zombie Venom T-Rex, but either way, we get a zombie T-Rex. And then they just leave that world. And it makes me think, well, they just screwed up that reality
forever. Alright.
Also, Marvel...
You're thinking Logan Venom with the symbiote dino? It says, Rocket Power says you're thinking Logan.
I am. I'm thinking of Logan. You're right. Yeah, because in the Logan story in the comics, Wolverine fought a zombie dinosaur. Or not a zombie dinosaur, Venom dinosaur. They didn't do that in the movie, unfortunately.
Wait, which movie? Logan itself? I don't feel like that would have mixed with its tone very well. Putting a zombie dinosaur in it would have probably messed with a few things.
No, not a zombie dinosaur, a Venom dinosaur.
Okay, but dinosaur on anything kind of makes things less serious. It's like, well, we got dinosaurs. Like, oh, okay. Ooh, that's a little messy. It's very much messy. I'm going to stop and I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove this.
Didn't Old Man Logan end up getting eaten by the Hulk and then he carved out of his body?
I don't know. We're going to redo this, though. That was good up until the point I started trying to connect it.
Because I know in the Ultimate Universe, Hulk is a cannibal. But, like, I'm thinking, what is it? What is it? But yeah, so, what is it? So we get a zombie T-Rex, they screw up that reality. Old Man Logan. I love zombie Venom T-Rex. Thinking of zombie and Venom, the Marvel Zombies universe Venom is really pathetic, kind of funny, but also sad, because Eddie Brock has terminal cancer, and the only thing keeping him alive is the healing property of the symbiote. So what ends up happening is that he has the symbiote keeping him alive from his cancer, and then the zombie virus infects both Eddie and Venom. Venom is Venom is infected with the zombie virus. So then the symbiote starts to die. It acts as a poison to it. Then Eddie has both the zombie virus and terminal cancer, and what ends up happening is the Venom symbiote ends up getting that zombie virus, and then it acts as a poison to it and ends up killing the Venom symbiote and just makes him super weak. Because now he's just like a dude with terminal cancer and a dying alien on his body.
Oh, jeez. That's dying alien on his body. That's terrible. That's not the cleanest. It's not the worst, though. It's getting a little better. I remember when the Hulk ran with a hillbilly gang. It was like, what? The Infraggable Kronk?
Zombie Venom. I'm like, that's not the cleanest.
No, it's not. It's not the freshest look for you, dog. I'm gotta tell you, you're not looking so great right now. Hey, you're broke in not like a cool way. You're jacked up and freaked out. I don't know what to say. It's unfortunate what's happened to you, really it is. It's a tragedy and everyone knows that you're sad. I get it. Whatever.
Remember when Hulk ran a hillbilly gang? I haven't heard this story. What's this about, Rocket?
Tell us the story of the time that the Hulk was a hillbilly doing, I assume, crimes. I mean, what else would he be doing with a gang of hillbillies? Tell me why. Where's the gang of hillbilly crimes? Hillbilly crimes, hillbilly crimes, hillbilly crimes. Yeah. That was all off the dome. I remember when Hawkeye killed the Hulk. Oh. You remember that, Rocket? Boy, howdy. Howdy, oh boy.
Oh, Rodolith, you know about the Civil War story in the comics, right? Have you ever heard of Civil War 2?
Civil War 2? No, I have not.
It's some garbage.
Sounds like it. Clean up, delete loose. Alright, one vertex, good. That's probably coming out a little bit too far for his head. Alt H. Yeah, it doesn't even come out that far. Jeez.
Remember that. You're right, Rocket. That's right. Yeah. Wow, so the Hulk ran a hillbilly gang that kills Logan's family.
What?
And Logan kills them, like Hulk's hillbilly gang, and then the Hulk and then Wolverine regenerates inside the Hulk and and rips out his body.
Jeez.
Comics are dumb.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they really are. But it's alright. They're entertaining, and that's the point. Keep you buying new issues. Keep you trying to see what happens next.
I want to see comic accurate Logan on screen.
Do it, you
Oh
won't.
man. Oh my god. Civil War 2 though, if you've ever like Rocket, do you know what Civil War 2 is? Because if you do, you know it's dumb. It's about a guy named Ulysses that can see into the future, like probable outcomes. And basically the central moral quandary here is like he can sense danger and see possible, like, you know, possible futures. And what ends up happening is like, all right, I see this future. I think this guy is to blame. And then people are like, okay, do we throw criminals away based off of a guess of something they might do in the future, or do we not do that and wait to see if they actually don't do that, and, you know, hold them accountable for what they do and not what they might do in the future?
Mm-hmm. The typical, what was that, Minority Report type storyline. I can dig it. Did they get really irresponsible with it?
Yeah, they get really irresponsible with it. Captain Marvel becomes the worst person alive.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Captain Marvel is a terrible person in that comic.
Idea behind it was interesting. Wait, okay. Logan kills his family, okay. It is so dumb. Idea behind it was interesting based on do you act if given this knowledge but terrible execution. So like the show That's So Raven, every episode was like that.
Wait, there's one point where they suspect the Hulk of doing something terrible, so Hawkeye decides to stop the Hulk from doing something bad, so he killed Bruce Banner. He just stabs him in the heart with an arrow.
Jeez. It seems like the best way to make Hulk hate you. I guess you can't actually kill the Hulk by killing...
Kill Bruce.
Oh.
I was about to say, you just killed Bruce Banner.
That's interesting. I don't know, I always thought that he was like... The Hulk would just Hulk out so fast you couldn't kill him. It depends on continuity, I suppose.
But not if you stab him in the heart.
Oh. The little known weakness. My heart! My one weakness! How did you know? I just guessed, bro. That's most people's weakness.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. Like, oh, it's so bad. There's I think one of the biggest and dumbest moments in the entire comic. It's so dramatic, but it's like one of those things where it's like, why the flip is this happening? It's making me mad because everyone's taking this so friggin' seriously. Is like when everyone's having this like debate between like a bunch of Marvel heroes are like basically siding because they're in the midst of the Civil War and they're about to break out into battle, and then Ulysses foresees a vision of Miles Morales standing over Captain America's corpse, and then they incarcerate and arrest Miles Morales.
So you don't know he's gonna kill him, you just know he stands over the dead body. That's freaking stupid. Like, given the fact that you're about to do a war, yeah. You're arresting a minor before he does anything. That's probably not the best way to go about doing justice.
And Captain Marvel's like, this is the best way to make sure no crime happens. And Iron Man's like, you're stupid.
And she's all like, well, you like the Sokovia Accords. It's like, yeah, it's not the same thing. Don't make this about me. Make everything else about you. That may be. So I got an issue with this. These head feathers are killing me.
It's like, man, stop attacking this kid. He's already the sole survivor of his entire universe. He doesn't need to be thrown in jail at the age of 16.
Grab along the y-axis. You could say a whole lot about that particular situation. Grab on the y-axis here.
Yeah, like there's a scene where like Miles Morales like breaking down into tears. And it's like, no, I wouldn't do that. Like, I wouldn't kill like Captain America, and then like what is it? Captain Marvel's just like, yeah, but you will, and the fact that you have a chance to means that you must be punished.
Hey, I didn't know you were Batman. It's like, how dare you? Is that a personal attack? Alright.
Marvel is just like, I feel like that's the comic that made everybody hate Captain Marvel. Nobody liked her.
Oh. Let's see here. It's stupid because it gets undermined by the Hydra Cap Empire story. Don't make an arc just to advertise and foreshadow another arc. Oh. No.
Oh my god, that's right, because Miles Morales was standing over Captain America's corpse, but that was when they tried to also lean over, like, not only did Miles Morales tried to kill Captain America, and the whole Civil War thing between Ulysses and Captain Marvel and Tony Stark, they tried to justify Captain Marvel and advertise another arc by showing that Captain America, all this time throughout Marvel history, was an undercover Hydra agent trying to bring back Hydra and pretend to be a like a good guy. And he says, "Hail Hydra," and it's so bad.
Oh. Oh man. Hey, quick question, Rocket Pal. If you can see my stream, is this close to what you wanted, what you envisioned for the feathers on Shout's head, considering you are the dude who drew this character? Let me get your feedback on there.
Basically, an equivalent to something that big is, imagine if it was revealed in a Superman comic that Superman all this time was secretly working for Lex Luthor and he was pretending to be a hero.
Oh, so he's like Homelander? And there's an entire comic.
They did that with Captain America.
What if Superman was Homelander?
There was a moment where, like, Captain America did, like, this horrible thing, and it's like, I was like, oh, why did you do this? And he's like, hail. And it revealed that Captain America was secretly a brainwashed Hydra agent hit the entire time until they retconned it, and they're like, yeah, that's stupid.
Well, yeah, no, we read your fan mail, and we realized now that was dumb. Of course, it could have justified both characters, like Miles Morales, if he did end up killing Captain America, and I guess, what's her name? Justify Captain Marvel because he was working on incomplete information. Alright.
But also, it ruins the Captain America character.
Yeah, a little bit, considering, you know, I don't know if this thing has, like, this series has a main line, or if all of them are canon, or what, however it works with Marvel.
Oh, no. In the Marvel Universe, everything is canon. It's just that the date and time that it takes place in terms of the year keeps getting bumped up, because Marvel always takes place in real time, kind of.
Oh, interesting. We need to make it relevant and fresh for the kids. Involve the real world in their fake escapist fantasy.
Like, Marvel doesn't do what DC does and have, like, a universe reset. It takes place in modern day, but it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, originally Captain America, just for the biggest example, the easiest example to understand, Captain America, when he launched, Marvel took place in real time. It still does to this day. But Captain America, fought in World War II. And then he was, revived years later. Years and years later, like in the current Marvel canon, Captain America fought in Vietnam, and then he was frozen. Like, they keep bumping up the time that everything takes place in. It's like the world is like, it's this weird thing where, like, it takes place in modern time, but it also doesn't.
Alright, hang on. Yeah, it's close. Maybe just try to smooth out the lower area of those middle spikes so they don't look so tall from the back. Smooth out the lower area.
What is it? There was a comic that came out. There was a comic that came out like a year or two ago that basically was like the origin of Spider-Man, like a sort of
anthology.
Like celebratory, kind of issue. That was like the origin of Spider-Man and all this stuff. And when they got the origin of Spider-Man, basically this is like Spider-Man take place in like real time. This is the updated origin, and it's basically just the origin story again. Only everyone has smartphones.
Oh, great! Doesn't have to take place like that. It really doesn't. They're like, no, we have to keep it relevant, otherwise the kids won't understand that these characters may have, hailed from something like the 90s or the 80s or something. Maybe even the 60s? No. Spider-Man can't get older.
Marvel loves to have everything take place in real time.
Alright.
But since they don't want to actually age their characters, they have to keep bumping up the time and place their origin stories take place.
That's the doofy part. I mean, I can get the understand of, because it makes sense that Captain America existed during the World War II era because, as a kind of that's where he kind of came from in reality. So it's like, yeah, there was a lot of, there was a big drive for war bonds. He was a propaganda character, so it makes sense that he would be that. And coming out in a later time, they didn't have the same kind of war propaganda in the Vietnam era or Korean War that they did then. There was a lot less of a will for it.
Yeah, I guarantee you, give it like 10, 20 years, Captain America will be in the war on terror. Like he'd be in the Iraq War. That's where Captain America will be from in like 20 years.
I feel like that's kind of gross, actually, thinking about it. Like, oh no, don't do that. What the fuck is this?
Man, like, friggin', oh man, it's like, Marvel's weird. They did make a really cool issue of Spider-Man at one point that was like, what if Spider-Man did age like the Marvel Universe? What if everything did age? And Spider-Man was like in his 40s by the time we got to the Black Suit arc.
Chapter 1.
But like there was an issue where Marvel. There was like an issue where Marvel was basically okay. What if everything from like the 60s, like the original Spider-Man origin story in the 60s, or like if every single issue like took place in real time and we didn't like reset anything or move anything up, like it was just all real time. Peter Parker, by the time we get to like Civil War, is probably like his 50s or 60s, because that's how old he would.
Right. Dude, says Chris, my favorite recent comic was Spider-Man: Life Story. I'm sure you probably know what that is.
That's what I'm talking about. Is that the one I'm talking about?
I don't know. Is it? Which one is it? It's Life Story, maybe? It might be. I have no idea, to be honest. Oh, I see why this is like this. Okay. Let's do something real quick. Will this work?
My favorite Spider-Man stories are the ones where they try to make the move
Make the what?
Get a life. My favorite stories are the of Spider-Man stories. Some of my favorites are the ones that allow Spider-Man to age and grow up and move on with his life.
Yeah, but those aren't interesting. We need to have his life be terrible. All the time. Forever. Otherwise, it's not Spider-Man, bro.
I'm not saying don't make Peter Parker's life terrible. That's one of the most endearing aspects of his character. I'm saying let him age.
No, he's got to stay young. He's got to stay young.
Why does Peter Parker
marketable? Otherwise, the kids won't find him attractive.
Why is Peter Parker in his mid-30s in one issue, and then 10 years later he's 25 again?
Because that's how the Spider do, I guess.
They keep resetting his age.
Stop having a problem with us doing that. Alright, so...
Why do you need to keep resetting Spider-Man's age even as a young college or fresh out of college, like, adult? You have Miles Morales.
But he's not Spider-Man. He's Miles Morales.
You know, people like Spider-Verse for a reason. There's a reason why people like Peter B. Parker.
Because he speaks to the kind of disaffected man in all of us. Scrabble on the X-axis. That's the comic you're talking about, says Chris. I keep going, who's Rocket, whatever. That's what Miles is for. Spider-Man should be able to age now because you get your new Spider-Man. It's true. I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I just,
It's one of those things where Marvel is obviously obviously scared to move on because, like, Spider-Man is the status quo. We need Peter Parker. We can't have him move on.
Without Spider-Man being what he is right now, he might turn into something else later, and, well, that's just unthinkable. Herbally burbly burb. That's the sound that they make when they talk to each other. That's what the executives all sound like.
It's like one of those things where, like, Peter's, like, training Miles to be a new Spider-Man, but it's like they're taking a half step, but they're not fully committing to the idea of Miles being the new Spider-Man. They will not let him take that place.
No.
He always has to be a side Spider-Man. He can't be the Spider-Man.
A young Ward Spider-Man. I know why it's like that. Let's bring this over here.
I'm not gonna give spoilers for the PS5 game, Christmas. Oh, man. And of course, we all know about One More Day and how much it needs to be eviscerated.
Eviscerated, he said. That's a strong word right there. Eviscerated.
Do you understand why One More Day is terrible?
I mean, yes, I get why you don't like it. Sounds like a bad move on their part, to be honest. Like, why would you do that? Like, obviously he can't have a wife and have a life, so he needs to actively destroy his own life.
Sonic and Sally, imagine if Sonic and Sally were about to be married, and then right before the reboot, what ends up happening is that Sonic makes a deal with the devil, and then is like, oh no, I can't do this because Eggman found out how to kill everyone or whatever. I can't have that. Tommy Turtle's in the hospital. I need to have Tommy Turtle stay alive.
Oh,
and then
Lord.
it's like, all right, we'll let Tommy Turtle live if you give up your marriage with Sally forever. And he's like, I'll do it. Just save my best friend, Tommy Turtle. And then they realize that the person leading them to the devil was Sonic and Sally's unborn daughter, which will now never exist. And then the reboot happens.
I'd feel very much like a stab in the eye. Like, not only does the thing not exist, it can't anymore. And we also killed everybody. Yeah, no, that would be pretty lame. I mean, he technically did that in the 25 Years Later arc when he went back in time to save the world and gave up his prior life. He did. That is what happened. It's so very weird how that weird freaking story happened and it didn't conclude. And then not until like the 30 Years Later arc where we find out that he's like living in the gutter. So technically that has happened already. I guess I've been inoculated against it. It was dumb.
A new day. One more day is what I still consider to be the worst Spider-Man comic of all time.
Widely considered by many fans to be the worst Spider-Man comic of all time. Because
it's the worst.
It sucks.
The absolute worst. If Rocket Power was here, we would be
in agreement.
Insufferable.
Yeah, imagine. He's like, oh my goodness, you guys talk about this friggin' One More Day. Like, I can't stop talking about it. It was so bad. Yeah, I can imagine.
God. And the thing that gives me hope in my life is that the newer writers of the Spider-Man comics have made it abundantly clear that they are trying to fix every single mistake that Dan Slott made with the character in the comic for the past 10 years. Well, more than 10 years now, but 12 years.
Yeesh.
And they have been hinting and joking and teasing that they are going to undo One More Day. But they never say anything about it.
Peter just can't die. I haven't read One More Day, but I've heard of its I've heard of its infamousy, says Rocket Pal. I can imagine. Yeah, it's pretty garbage.
It's so bad. It was clearly done for shock value, and it ruined the Spider-Man. Like, it ruined not the Spider-Man character, but it just... It's like it was about to make like an everlasting major evolution to the story of Spider-Man and what his character would be doing for the rest of the Marvel franchise. And then they're just like, nope.
Oh, jeez. imagine you feel like you've been cheated.
You know what rubs salt in the wound? The very next issue, titled Spider-Man, Brand New Day, has Peter and MJ breaking up.
So they're not even gonna be together in this new continuity. It's like, alright. Jeez. I hate it when comic books do that. They're like, we're killing it. We're killing it dead. We're gonna do it right in your face. Deal with it. Alright, so there's issues that I have here that I've created, and that's
where Peter and MJ, this is the type of story that they have where Peter and MJ talk about getting back together with one another, and MJ says, I will never, like, never, I never want to be with you ever again. And this terrible thing, they are separated for years, and it's like, why is, it's contrived, and it's stupid, this is not what these characters would do, this is all because of some dumb friggin' writing
mandate. Oh no. Yeah, no, I got you.
Whoa.
Got to keep that quo status, or status, yeah, quo.
You know, Rodolus, I understand how you feel toward Dean Flynn. But at least you can rest easy knowing that that story is... At least you can rest easy knowing that that story is over. This story is still canon. The world of Spider-Man. This still happens. This isn't like our universe reset. It's a universe reset, but it's still canon. It's not like a story. I mean, Spider-Man's not over. It's still going.
Right. Well, that's because Spider-Man can have multiple canons at once, right? This one,
We're still living with these consequences. Marvel went on record stating that the reason they don't want Peter Parker to age is because if he aged, he wouldn't be as cool if he was married with a kid. They need to keep him...
Stupid. I don't think you don't understand what people think is cool. Like, no, we don't. We're Marvel. We don't have to. Shut up. Well, that's why I can't do that. Right?
It's a side story at one point where Spider-Man was married with a child.
Yeah, that's
and then his child became Spider-Man.
Oh. I think I'm aware of that, actually. Vaguely, yeah.
But, oh man, I hate One More Day so much. Like, Dan Slott, I don't want to say I hate Dan Slott because it's hyperbolic, and
it is.
I'd be very emotional in my sense.
Yeah, he's like, it's hard to say you hate a person over some stuff. I hate what you did. I don't hate you.
It's very stupid. It's very stupid to say something like that.
Yeah.
But I can 100% undoubtedly and just unapologetically say I absolutely despise the Spider-Man character and I hate his writing for this.
Alright, let's see here. I thought... Okay. I thought it was maybe because the CEO didn't like the pair married for some reason at that time. Video title, Spider-Man fanboy complains for 2 hours while an artist tries to 3D model. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, wait.
Spider-Man, renew your vows.
Spider-Man. Oh!
Is Slott the equivalent to Penders? I don't know about that, mainly because I haven't read both works. But if Slott introduced a lot of ideas that did not exist before in the series, or did he just friggin' wreck it?
Remember, no, he turned Peter Parker into an entirely different character.
Oh.
Dan Slott has gone on record saying that he sees Peter Parker as irresponsible because he's a self-destructive character.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm fairly certain the fans don't agree with that. Spider-Man tries to preserve life. He's like a Jedi, bro.
No, Spider-Man, Dan Slott sees Peter Parker as a self-destructive character who ruins his own life through being a bad person, putting people off and making irresponsible decisions, and then, like, just being a complete jerk. And being like, yeah, my life is terrible because I caused this terrible thing because I'm irresponsible.
You don't like that interpretation? I'm taking it. It doesn't seem very in line either.
Everything the character is supposed to be. like, I don't agree with the MCU's interpretation of Spider-Man. I don't really like it as much as I don't prefer it, really. Not that I don't like it. I like it on its own merits. I just don't prefer it compared to other Spider-Man media.
Uh-huh.
Dan Slott's Spider-Man run, I absolutely despise and I think is wrong. It's wrong.
Alright, let's see here. I think all series have a point where they really ended, but the company continues because of money. I don't know if that happened with Spider-Man. He's self-destructive. Meanwhile, I'm gonna have him destroy his entire marriage. Oof.
Here's the thing. There's a I remember watching a video that deconstructed a new Spider-Man arc by like the new writer that took over after Dan Slott, and he called it the moldy cheese paradox, where Peter Parker in one issue back in the 80s, ended up I believe thinking that MJ died. I think he thought like the Green Goblin killed her. And then Peter's like, I don't have a job, I don't have a house, I need somewhere to stay. And he gets a roommate. And then what ends up happening is that there's a moment where Peter Parker gets a moldy, ends up accidentally leaving a moldy piece of cheese in his fridge for a long period of time. And he's like, hey bro, I left this guy, he named it something, I forget what it was. But he named the piece of cheese and he's like, oh, hey, I left this in your fridge, and he's like, okay, whatever, man, it's fine, just clean it up. That's how he reacted to that character, right?
Uh-huh.
They were just chill, they were buds, whatever. And he was just kind of abandoned once Mary Jane was brought back to life, and they didn't need him anymore. But then in Dan Slott's run, after Peter Parker basically ruined his own life because of Peter Parker Industries and acting, and basically taking advantage of the work that Doc Ock made to build his entire company while he was in Peter Parker's body, and basically plagiarizing all of his work. Peter Parker ended up stuck without like a place to live, so he calls up his old roommate from way back in the day, like deep cut reference, and even deeper still, he's like, hey bro, can I stay at your place? And it's like, his roommate's like, do you remember that moldy piece of cheese you left in my fridge like for a year, like long ago? And he's like, it's like, oh yeah, I called it Kevin or whatever. It's like, and it's like, you like, and it's like, you know, I just like, I despise you, you're irresponsible or whatever. And he's like, and Peter Parker's response is like, so that wasn't funny? Was it funny? It's like, oh, so that's a no then? It's like, no.
What?
It's like, so that's a no then? Yes. Peter Parker's being a jerk, and bringing this deep cut friggin' reference to a storyline that happened 20 years ago. Like 30 years ago.
I don't know who's gonna get that reference. I'm sorry, I don't get the significance 100%. Like, I understand the deep cut reference, it's just weird that they would bring it up and then use it as, what, the reason the other guy's not gonna let him live with him or something?
Disconnect the, like, here's the thing. The problem is that the guy that described it in this video as well, like, the moldy cheese paradox, and I agree with it. It's like, and he described it in a manner that's like, basically the way Dan Slott writes Spider-Man is that he writes the characters in service of the story instead of the other ways around.
Oh, instead of the story in service of the way the characters actually are. I think I understand what you're saying, I think.
It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I need Peter Parker to be at this point in his life, but he wouldn't act this way, so I need to make sure Peter Parker acts as a terrible human being so he'll lose his job. So that way we can get to this area of the story. I hate it. I hate it. Oh my god. There's like, I hate it.
This guy, he's so mad.
Oh my god. I can't. Friggin' Dan Slott Spider-Man make me sad and angry.
Interesting.
This is the same guy that, and I quote, said, "An enraged fan is an engaged fan."
You did say that before. Okay. That seems like only to a certain point, and then after that, an enraged fan becomes an engaged fan, gets ignored, and becomes a disengaged and not reading the comic or paying for it anymore fan. Because a fan who has moved on.
I hate, like, that philosophy, like, that mentality of writing is just so wrong. And it's like friggin', if my fan is enraged, like, if I ruin a character and I make the fan that once loved them for this reason upset, that means they're engaged with my work, and they'll keep reading.
No, they won't keep reading. They'll stop reading, and then you'll be all like, oh no. Looks like this comic book is a failure. Not because of anything I did, but maybe people don't like Spider-Man anymore. I'm going to insist upon taking the wrong message from the wrong lesson from this every time. I will not. I'm not here to learn.
They made Black Cat. They made Black Cat a murderous supervillain.
So he made an industry and not a Spider-Man themed restaurant like in the comic. Okay. Now, like, it depends on the comic. He's talking about a comic. There's multiple comics, so he made a.
I remember the spider-themed restaurant. I made a lot of dicey choices. Do not invest in a spider-themed restaurant. Oh no, I love Spider-Verse. Oh man, but like.
Do not invest in a spider-themed restaurant. It's just funny in and of itself.
You don't remember that scene?
No, I remember the scene, but the fact that that's actually based on a comic or comic continuity is pretty neat. I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah, you have no idea how deep Spider-Verse goes for its fault.
That's like, I like that kind of stuff when they do that in shows and movies, where they take something from the canon and they just play with it like that. I always like that because it feels like, even when comics themselves, in and of itself, does that. It's like, hey, thanks for reading. We appreciate you for doing that, and also here's something for your trouble. We know it wasn't easy to keep up with our bull crap all these years.
Did I tell you about one of the coolest references in all of Spider-Verse? Did I tell you about one of the coolest references in all of Spider-Verse where Aunt May calls Doc Ock Liv?
You did already. You told me about that.
Yeah.
So let's see here.
Her and Doc Ock used to have a relationship in the comics. That's
so
deep.
Popsicle.
I love.
Oh, 14-year-old girl watching Spider-Man being like, "Oh, me and G, Tom Holland is hot." Okay, Spider-themed restaurant was the best, says Christopher. Christmas, darn it. Two guys named Chris in here. Christmas and Chris, and CGM is nowhere in sight. Crazy. Anyway,
I'm Chris too. You're surrounded by Chris.
Just surrounded by Chris. Everybody hates Chris. No, that's the name of a show I didn't watch.
Oh man,
maybe that's okay. Looking. Let me turn this off so I don't have to see this.
What do you think would be a moment in comic history or like a story that you were invested in that made you as mad as One More Day would make a Spider-Man fan?
I don't know.
In relation to that,
I can't say. I don't know. I remember every time they do
the
stuff.
Archie reboot.
Well, no, I know you wanted me to talk about the Archie reboot. I'm trying to think of anything else. Yeah, sure, the Archie reboot happened, right? And maybe that point where, after all the crap that had happened between the Mecha Sally arc and the Genesis wave and all those things, and then, like, no one seems to remember each other. Or they're on, like, some sort of weird other kick, and it was like, oh, okay. He's like, Sonic runs up, he finally meets up with Sally after she's been a robot for all this time, and it's like, he gives her a hug, and she's like, get the hell off of me! It's like, oh. No. How dare you? How dare you sit out and poop all over everything that I love? Anyway, Similar, but not
Slot.
exactly as much, because it was a singular moment, and it wasn't like the entire... Like, of course, the plot continuing on from there, and they're not even, like, acknowledging what had happened between them in the past. It's like, well, why even have the character remember? Because they did do that. It just didn't mean anything
that's how
to
I
them.
feel with Spider-Man. It's like one of those things where it's like, you know, I'm starting to understand why people can despise Ian Flynn and what he does, but I don't feel like this is the same case as Dan Slott. I feel like it's a similar feeling that the fans are receiving.
Yeah,
I'm
not out here telling people to despise Ian Flynn. I'll have you know that up front. And I'm not out here being like, oh, hate this person because of what they did. Like, no, come
It's one of those things like, I despise what Dan Slott did to the Spider-Man character in the comics for 10 years, but I don't hate the guy. He's probably a chill dude.
He just doesn't know how to write a character that I like, you know? And we've all been there, I'm sure. Hotel on the X-axis.
But, what is it? It's like, oh man, it's like, the thing that annoys me about Dan Slott's Spider-Man writing is like with the moldy cheese paradox that I've brought up before.
How is it a
It's
paradox?
like, this guy, it's such a deep, I'm gonna have to show you a video after the stream. But, what is it? But yeah, basically, Dan Slott understands his character. He knows a lot about this character. And we're going to make such a deep-cut reference as to a reference of a moldy piece of cheese that Spider named in a fridge for one comic and 2 panels in the 80s. You know this stuff. You know this character. And you know all this information. You know how to write this character, but you choose not to.
Brilliant, but lazy. Oh, oops. Wait a minute. I think I'm getting
It's
pretty
like,
close on this
I can
head.
understand. Like, it makes me mad if you don't understand the character and it annoys me, but it infuriates me when you know the character and you choose not to do it that way.
Right.
Don't make this character not the same character.
Okay, let's see here. How's his head looking? A little bit better, I think.
I can't stand Dan
Can't
Slott
stand.
Spider-Man. I mean, there's some stories that I know. Superior Spider-Man.
Hello,
Superior
welcome
Spider-Man was a great art.
to the stream, Wingsy. How's it going?
I'm fine, and hello to the stream.
Huh?
I said and hello to the stream.
Oh, cool. Yeah. We're doing a little dual streaming today on Project Armada and here. Okay, cool.
Oh man, but I just cannot. I can't stand Dan Slott Spider-Man.
I
don't hate
will
everything he's done.
probably copy paste the hands and the shoes. I will make them probably from scratch, depending on how I feel. Maybe I'll just make the upper boots part because the bottom part. I might bring in Scream's boots and just edit them. Likely, I'll edit them because they're not exactly the same as Shout's. I will show you what I mean in a moment here.
What is it?
Oh, I'm talking about Spider-Man some more.
I know. I'm enraged. No, I'm like that's thinking. Yeah, it's like I don't hate everything that Dan Slott has done for the Spider-Man character, though. There are some stories that he's done that I really like Superior Spider-Man. Superior Spider-Man was awesome. A lot of it, anyway. Not like all of it, but a lot of it.
All right, hang
I
on.
really like.
So-
Weird.
Or maybe Ratchet Mario's new hands. Well, Ratchet Mario is actually basing her hands off of the hands that I made, so maybe we'll be using those. But the thing is, I don't have access to Ratchet Mario's model right now. But I will be bringing in hands of a type. Because I think our whole goal is, like, I'm going to make these models, and then she's going to, like, do some retopology on them, I guess, is the goal, is what we were talking about. And sort of make sure that the models kind of look the same, therefore. They have, like, a similar style, even though we're making them using our own particular methods. I think that's what she means, which is why she's doing what she's doing with Scream. But anyway, here are Shout's and Scream's shoes. They have different shoes. I guess she has a size smaller than his, even though his feet are probably the same size as hers. Doesn't matter. Adds to his bulky look, making him feel more stocky and stumpy, even though they're around the same size. And, yeah. Got the open jacket. That is that, though. Those are the shoes. Her buckles look a bit larger compared to, and his are smaller, so I'll also be doing that. There's a lot of similar stuff. And I'm gonna have someone texture their shoes because the textures I drew for Scream shoes are just they're not the best. I'll be honest with myself.
I love what this. I love this. So Chris is a Sonic fan. So I'm imagining he means like Chris's. Chris's are Sonic fans and Spider-Man fanboys. Those are like the painfulest characters to be a fan of.
Oh.
The only Spider-Man that I enjoy is the what's it called, Sammy Raimi Spider-Man a lot.
I use this for music for my animation demo reel. Yeah, this is just easy, free music, but it's interesting how much, like, once you know about it, how you start hearing it everywhere, you're like, oh wow, everyone's using this, everyone's just as cheap as me. Alright, let's see.
So, also,
What's up?
man, speaking of music, Twitch is really bring over creators.
Well, they're succumbing to the same thing that YouTube has been dealing with for years, because they don't want to be liable,
No, but
they don't want to
they're
get sued.
Dealing it, no, but they're doing it in the worst way, to the point that the music, RIA is now gonna make a system to DMCA people live. So yeah, pretty much Twitch is.
I can
going
take it down
downhill.
live. Well, as all things tend downhill, the Wild West of the internet is coming to an end, and pretty soon it'll be completely controlled by, the controlling interests
By
by corporations.
the Silicon. Yeah. By big Silicon.
Silicon Valley, it'll be every place that there's locals of power. Like, a lot of the changes, especially when it came to, the right to be forgotten and that stuff, did not come from Silicon Valley, but it came to Silicon Valley's reaction to the European Union's rules on this kind of stuff. So, it's these different kind of corporations. In Silicon Valley, not really. When you think about it, music labels are not located in Silicon Valley, but they are the ones who will sue the crap out of a Silicon Valley company for allowing their music to be played on that platform. So it's corporate interest, I think, more specifically than just, the companies that allow this content to be displayed. So, yeah,
I just gave it.
like I said,
Sorry. What were you
Wild West is coming to an end. Anyway, what were you going to say?
What about the Wild North? Or the Wild? Oh no, I was saying what is it? The Wild North. But I'm thinking, I just gave it some thought. Is there how much copyright-free Christmas music? How much of that's copyright-free?
Some of it, but
Or is
most
it
of it's
all
own.
copyright?
No, some of it's copywritten and some of it's not. There's a playlist on YouTube where you get the copyright free stuff, but some of it's owned by somebody. Most music is, but especially your more recent hits or music pieces like your
What do you
What's-
mean,
Mariah
Mariah Carey's Christmas is copyright?
yeah, no, it's obviously because it's first of all modern song. She's still alive, so she would be the copyright holder. That stuff like Baby It's Cold Outside, probably not copyrighted. Jingle Bell certainly isn't copyrighted anymore because whoever wrote it been dead for at least 200 to 300 years. But
friggin' Oh Holy Night or Silent Night. That stuff's
Yeah.
not copyrighted.
those are hymns. By default, they're not copyrighted. They're meant to be sung everywhere all the time for free. So, other stuff what's the Michael Jackson one? Candles.
God, yeah.
Christmas means to me candles burning low. That's definitely copyrighted. Probably by Warner Music Group.
So, what about
Universal.
the Christmas song, Chestnut?
Christmas song is definitely copyrighted, or it came out. I feel like I heard something recent about Christmas song that it was either recently came out of copyright, or it still is. I'm not. Let me look it up. I'm kind of curious now. Christmas song.
What stuff I'll Be Home for Christmas?
I don't know. Depends on who's saying that song. Yeah, Christmas songs in public domain. Easy song licensing.
Nick,
So-
we got to put Christmas songs in the stream someday when we close to Christmas.
Why not? Christmas, actually, okay, so, what does red mean? Status is copyrighted. Green is public domain. I'm going to share this link to you. I'm going to send it right over to you, Cat Cryo, so you can look through it, because I have to get work done. But you're having a great time just reading stuff off. So put this in here.
I like to read sometimes.
I enjoy a good lier. All right, let's see here.
Yeah, but I like reading sometimes, not all the time though, because like ever since I was a child,
Just a second.
I've always been more interested in the picture book. So
Oh, those comics make sense. Okay, so I used to be. Okay. Have you ever tried using assets from the Sonic Forces custom characters? No, never. And it's not because I'm a purist. It just would be hard to use because it's not. It's maybe not hard to use, but I wouldn't want to have to spend time figuring out how to take this model that's in tries and edit it. Like, I don't want to do that. I would much rather build it from scratch because at least I know how it's made and how I can manipulate it. Because this custom characters, first of all, very bland from a design standpoint. I don't think you'd get a character as interesting looking as Scream and Shout out of the custom character. You could make them. They have birds. But the bird presets don't look this good. I'll be honest. I'm just going to be honest. Like, they're not this interesting looking. These characters...
All I want for Christmas for my two front teeth is copyrighted.
It's copyrighted?
Blue Christmas.
Wow.
Yeah. Blue Christmas is copyrighted.
No, that's
the
a...
Chipmunk song.
Yeah. Hula Hoop? Yeah.
I
mean, it started out as just like a copyrighted song.
The Christmas song is also copyrighted. Christmas Time is here. Friggin' Charlie Brown. Do you hear what I hear? That's copyrighted. Frosty the Snowman.
Really?
Feliz Navidad. That's copyrighted.
I can dig that. Wait, why is this like this?
Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
Grandma got run over by a reindeer coming home from our house Christmas Eve. Made a movie about it. There's a movie based on that song. But it's a old country music song, so it's definitely copyrighted. Like a lot of modern Christmas songs, and if it's not a hymn, it's definitely copyrighted by somebody. Most of them are.
Did you watch the movie? The Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer movie?
I think I might have seen the review. I think who did it? I think what's his name?
The Good Times?
What? My brain. Nostalgia Critic may have done a review of it, but I don't remember watching that.
Oh my god. Okay, here's the thing. Before I watched that Nostalgia Critic video and everyone knew about this movie, I watched it every year.
I used to watch this thing that still hasn't been like... No one has done like a review of Christopher the Christmas Tree, though. And I feel like it's a missed opportunity. Christopher the Christmas... No, you probably don't know what I'm talking about.
A random Christmas movie that I remember. I still have it. There was like this Christmas movie on DVD that I don't remember where it comes from, what studio made it. No one's ever talked about it. It's a Christmas dinosaur, and it's a story about a kid that somehow get a pterodactyl.
Just missing two things that kids love: Christmas and dinosaurs. Put it together. Shut up. I don't care. All right, let's see here. Let's see.
It's so dumb. And I don't remember the movie very well. It's probably bad, but it's like on that same level as Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer.
Oh, that really cheap-looking animation. Hang on, I gotta read some comments. Have you tried using assets? Okay. It's easy. The East is already pretty wild. Have you seen anime? Oh, okay, yeah, Wild West, Wild East. I do have experience using models from Sega and Nintendo games, but it was a pain to figure out how to use. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Christmas is about greed in most business circles. Some of those models are easier to make from scratch. Others are just some simple merging. Yeah, and also, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily enjoy using the character creator for our characters. Like, I feel like that's just not cheating. It just doesn't seem like it would look good. Like, I wouldn't be able to control it. And I, more than anything, desire control. I am a control freak. You'll learn that about me the longer you get, the more you get to know.
We're gonna go through what is it? We're gonna go through more songs here that are apparently copyrighted. We got "Happy Christmas, War's Over." That's copyrighted.
That's definitely a war
Happy
song.
Holiday.
Oh, like "We'll Meet Again" or something like that. Happy Christmas, the war is over. Like, wow, this is definitely from the UK. This is definitely around World War II. The end of the
Well,
European
no, not World War
conflict.
II. No. This is this Happy Christmas War is over in 1971.
Oh,
Yo,
that's
what
more
up,
recent.
What up, nerd?
Oh, speaking of the UK.
Hey, how's it going, Silver? Also a nerd. How dare you speak to me that way? You don't know what I've been through.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas is copyrighted.
Yeah, that makes
Here
sense.
Comes Santa Claus, copyrighted. Holly Jolly Christmas, of course, that's a
Rankin Bass,
1965. Yeah,
like
I reckon
cartoon,
that's
like anything that
Home
showed
for
up
the
in a
Howl.
movie probably is copyrighted. Hello.
You know what?
Who left?
Something that I'm surprised. Something I'm surprised to. I don't know.
Oh, the guy Silver left.
Um,
All right.
That silver guy.
But like, I'm thinking, what is it? Yeah. You know what's weird? Rudolph and like the original like Rankin Bass Rudolph special. Everyone's watched them. I haven't seen a single like video, like one of those like long form like reviews of it. Ever.
Maybe you should make that. Maybe you're the guy to make the Rudolph long form review using this music, and then start it off with like a VHS tape thing. Do a little think piece about Rudolph and how great it was and what it meant to you. As
Rudolph EDM.
Rudolph EDM.
Oh my god.
Ew. But I.
We need a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer trap remix.
I don't think we do. But that's your choice. You're the video guy.
Let's see.
Oh, you want to say something, Wingsy?
Let's see. What?
Yeah, I feel like this year was just playing games that we never had the chance to play. Like, because I've been looking at the games that I've played, and there were like a lot of them that I've never played before.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
Home for the Holidays, that's copyrighted. Mommy Kissing Santa Claus, that's copyrighted. I'll Be Home for Christmas, copyrighted. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, that's copyrighted. Jingle Bell Rock,
That's a shopping
Last
song.
Christmas, Let It Snow. Let's see. Last Christmas, Let It Snow, that's copyrighted. Little Drummer Boy is copyrighted.
Oh.
Little
guess.
Saint Nick.
Rap breakdown with all the reindeer names. There's Dasher and Dancer and Donner and something. Comet and Cupid and
Dasher,
Mom.
Dancer, Prancer, and Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Dunder, and Blixen.
What the heck? Oh, that was Wingsy. Okay.
People are disappearing.
That's fine. They probably have bad internet or they don't want to talk to us anymore. Either way, it's fine.
Maybe they're Hanukkah people.
I mean, it could be, but also I don't care.
Let's see here. Little Saint Nick, that's copyrighted. Marshmallow World. What is Marshmallow
I
World?
don't think I feel like it might be one of those songs that you've heard of, but you didn't know the name of it. Like Christmas song, right? I didn't know that that's what that song was literally called until years later. Chestnuts
I thought it
roasting.
was literally just called Chestnuts or something.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
that would be relevant to what they were talking about. It's kind of like that
Literally
song.
just a Christmas song. What were you saying?
It's kind of like that song that Stevie Wonder does. You know, like what's it called? It's like the hook is always always, and you think the song would be called Always, but it's called As because the song starts with As around the sun, the earth knows she's revolving. And it's like, why is that song called As, Stevie?
Yeah,
why did you call it
I
As?
always find that annoying when you have like a song that has a repeated phrase or word constantly. That's like the central point of the whole thing, but it's called something else.
Yeah, it makes it difficult to search for. Like, I'm looking for Stevie Wonder Always. It's not the song.
No, honestly, what is it? Appreciate the Lady, Fox and the Hound. It should be called Natural Attraction. Get out of my face.
Because he says, like, appreciate the lady, like, once. Which you like, you got that natural attraction. Like, it feels like that should be the, yeah, I feel you.
Let's see. Marshmallow World, Merry Christmas, Darling. That's
Never heard of it.
copyrighted. Most wonderful time of the year. All right.
Most of the stuff you've never heard
around
of.
the Christmas. Let's see. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, copyrighted. Run Run Rudolph is copyrighted. Santa Baby is copyrighted.
I love that the idea
Santa
of
Claus-
Rudolph is not copyrighted, but all the songs about him are.
Well, yeah, that's actually, yeah.
Because they were able to make a song called Run Run Rudolph, but that is based on the song, because there was never a song about Rudolph. Rudolph did not exist in the Christmas mythology before. He just came up in that song, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, because it's an alliterative name, and then they've been able to make hay off of that by making new stuff based on this other character that only existed because of a song. Almost like all of the other reindeer.
I'm surprised that there haven't been like more Rudolph songs. There's only like 2 that people know about.
I mean, you know, I can see why he's not that interesting a character.
Shut your mouth.
No, you tell me how the freak he's interesting. He's just freaking Rudolph, and he only exists for a song.
Changed my life.
All right, well, I'm sorry to hear that. He's gonna be a jerk all the way to the end.
I know somebody's getting cold for Christmas.
That would be great. It's cold outside. I don't need a Tinker Toy. I was gonna burn the toy train anyway, Santa. Oh wow, you're just all kinds of messed up. Yeah. Shoot. Sorry about that, kid. All right, let's see what people are saying.
If burning things is what you want, I'll burn your house.
How many Discord servers does this community have? I don't know. Like our community? We have like 2. I mean 1. Like I have a Discord server that's Rodolus it's just mine. Caton has one too.
Okay.
But they're not related to this project. They're just our personal Discord servers and this Project Armada server. I am most likely to talk to you on Project Armada server though.
So, okay, so, oh Christmas tree, oh come ye, oh ye faithful, oh come, Emmanuel, oh holy night, oh little town of Bethlehem,
Those
are
can't
all
be.
in public domain.
I was gonna say they can't possibly be. Those are, first of all, they're hymns. There's never been a hymn that has been copyrighted.
And all start with an O.
Yeah, they're in alphabetical order.
The O series.
The O series. Oh, it's a great way to start a song.
Silent Night is in the public domain. Okay.
Yeah.
Silver Bells copyrighted.
Yeah.
Sleigh Ride.
I feel like
Christmas.
everything you hear in the shopping mall or the grocery store during the holiday season is definitely going to be copyrighted music. It's weird that they wouldn't lean into stuff that wasn't, but then I guess there's no profit to be made in like stuff that's like just freely available. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
We need a little Christmas, White Christmas, Winter Wonderland. Those are copyrighted. But think about stuff like that isn't copyrighted. Okay, let's go back up to the top.
Feliz Navidad, isn't that copyrighted? Cryo, didn't you look at something that said Feliz Navidad? You said it is copyrighted, right? Or am I crazy?
Feliz Navidad is copyrighted.
Yeah. Feliz Navidad, because that was done by like I don't know who wrote it, but it's a very popular song, and it's on the radio, and somebody had to write that. And the fact that it's just, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry... It has no, as far as I know, no verses. It's just that. Just a hook and a chorus. If that's not the same thing. I'm going to look it up and find out that thing actually has, like, verses that nobody ever sings.
Alright.
Like, oh wow, there's like a whole story this guy's telling. In Mexico, everyone uses it like nothing. Well, sure. You can sing a song. You can play it. A lot of songs can be copyrighted, and no one actually copyright strikes you for using it.
Yeah, because
like,
I'm thinking like Feliz Navidad. It's literally just, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart, repeated.
Yeah. But yeah, no, people do use it. That's right. Christmas animator, like in Mexico and here, like in the U.S., like I feel like that would make sense. It's a popular song. It's heard everywhere. But it's like, and just because it's copyrighted doesn't mean that people don't sing it all the time. Like, I can sing "Baby You're a Firework" till I'm blue in the face. No one can sue me because I'm singing it. That should be like the definition of fair use. I'm just singing the song here on my stream. If I get copyrighted for that, I'm going to personally go to the freaking Taylor Swift's house and just knock on the door very politely and no one's gonna come to the door because I can't find her house because I don't know where she lives. Yeah, that whole thing fell apart. Back to work.
Be like at every house. I'll probably be arrested.
I'll probably be arrested. I don't want to seem like I'm trying to threaten Taylor Swift here, because that's absolutely not what I intend to do. I just want to let her know that I'm disappointed, and she'll be like, "Yeah, I don't care," and I'll be like, "Yeah, that's what I expected." I don't know what I was expecting you to say. That
What is it? Like, what is it? So, songs that aren't copyrighted, that are in the public domain. Let's see. Angels from the Realm of Glory, Angels We Have Heard on High, Auld Lang Syne.
that's not even a Christmas song. That's like a New Year's song, and also I don't know. That's weird, but sure, whatever.
Okay, Away in a Manger.
You've heard that song, though, Auld Lang Syne?
Not copyrighted.
Like, should all acquaintance be forgotten and never brought to mind? But it's like
yeah.
that's
I
not.
just nobody ever calls it that.
Yeah, yeah. You say Auld Lang Syne. It's like this old freaking. I wanted to say Gaelic, but it's certainly not. Japanese Christmas songs are beautiful. They're just, yeah. I imagine they're few. It's not a part of their tradition.
Bring It Torch. Wait, let's see. Bring It Torch. Jeanette. Isabella.
Oh, that's definitely like some sort of Latin hymn or something.
Coventry Carl. Carl. Wow. Coventry Carol.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the Project Armada live stream. Rotolo Coaster attendant or Fallen for Freedom. How you
I
doing?
can't believe I just called Carol Carl. Like, oh yeah, it's a Christmas Carl.
Hey, I got llama Christmas llamas for everybody. Llama, llama, llama.
Oh, it's a Christmas Carl.
Are we having fun yet? No?
I thought I would
Great.
celebrate Christmas in the best way possible. Where we cook. I thought I'd celebrate the best way possible. I cooked all of our neighbors into this fruit cake.
I cooked them into a pie. Hey everybody, look at me. I'm cool, golly gee. Having fun, playing games, making characters
I
with
figured I would cook.
names, doing
I feel
fun.
like I would try to cook a bake. I feel like I would try to cook something big this Christmas holiday. Do something a little unconventional.
Boo shakalaka, boom shakalaka,
Let's see here.
boom shakalaka.
Coventry Carol.
shakalaka,
That's
boom.
Deck the Halls. Deck the Halls is what is it? Wait, Coventry Carol.
Coventry.
It's not listed as. What is it? Coventry Carol isn't listed by year of release. It's literally just titled traditional in place of its year.
Yeah, because they don't know where it came from. Like a lot of songs, like Green Sleeves, it's just like an old minstrel song that people just kept singing and we don't know who came up with it or what year it was written. It's just been around forever.
What is it? Deck the Halls is copyright free. All right.
Cool.
Let's see here.
The
The First Noel. That
The
is
First Noel.
That's copyright free.
Right?
Gesù Bambino.
Gesù
Bambino?
Bambino. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say
That's-
that's like the baby Jesus or something like that, because that name,
Uh,
Bambino, is
I
child.
guess. I
Oh.
don't know what Gesù means.
Jesu.
Um,
Jesu means Jesus. It's Latin.
Oh.
Or Spanish or something like that. It's, well, Spanish. Offshoot of Latin. You know what? Keep going.
Let's see here. God rest you, Mary.
Gentlemen?
Gentlemen. That's copyright free.
Yet nothing you dismay. Remember Christ. Yeah, that's a hymn. So definitely gonna be it's gonna be copyright free.
Go Tell It on the Mountain.
Another
that is.
Another hymn.
Yep. Good King.
Wenceslas. Good King Wenceslas went out on the feast of
Wenceslas, yeah.
Stephen. Yeah, that's Green Sleeves, but also ancient song. When was that one like
Oh,
written?
right.
That's an old-
It says 1853.
Yeah.
1853.
Yes, that's a long time ago. I wasn't born yet, you
Okay,
guys.
Let's see here.
Hey.
Hark and the Herald Angel Sings.
Right.
That's,
You are right,
that's copyright
Christmas
free.
animator. Hey, that's racist. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be racist. Oh no, so it's Latin.
What?
No.
Here we come. Here we come a caroling. That's the public domain.
It's funny.
The
It's like-
Holly and the Ivy, copyright free.
How many songs are on this list? Are you in almost? You're in the Holly.
Let's see. I heard the bells.
Wow. Okay, so you're almost. Over.
What?
Yeah, but you're in the I section. I'm guessing,
I
right?
heard. Yeah, I heard the bells on Christmas Day. That's copyright free. I saw 3 ship, public domain.
Never heard of that one.
Okay, I don't know what this song is. I probably may have heard it, but I just love how metal this sounds. Friggin' in the bleak midwinter.
In the bleak midwinter.
That's so-
Yeah, no. We're talking about the winter season, and I guess it's probably a hymn though. It just sounds like one.
traditional,
Yeah.
apparently. When nobody knows where the bleak midwinter came from.
Everyone knows.
Let's see.
Well, the winter's been with us always. Let's see here.
Upon the midnight.
It came upon a midnight clear. Yeah, that's definitely another hymn. This is how many vertices do I have selected? I have 4, which means I need.
Joy. Low. Okay. Low. How a rose. Is that ear
Eerie?
blooming?
Air?
Ear.
Well, I have to go look for it.
Air?
I don't. Air, probably.
I'm gonna. It's E''ER.
E''ER, air, which means over. Oftentimes. Oh, no, or means over. Air means, toward, or, what was it? To. Low, it's W. It's the L, right? Low, how a rose air blooming. Ever. That's what air means. What am I talking about? So, yes. Look how a rose ever blooming. Okay. Ever air. Yeah, it's like a...
Okay.
Somehow, they shorten the word ever. It's like, isn't it short enough? No, I want just
it's the
one...
Same number of characters.
No, same number... Yeah, because you have to put the apostrophe in there. And it also has the same number of syllables. Instead of ever, it's air. But it's air. You guys have a lot of songs. Mexico just has Feliz Navidad, Spanish Jingle Bells for the entire month. I mean, technically these aren't our songs. A lot of these come from Europe. Especially the traditional ones.
What is it? AR is from 1559.
Yeah.
Correct.
So like there was no America in 1559. So yeah, this was definitely from Europe somewhere.
Alright. We went over the O series, so those are all copyright free, the O series. Once in Royal David City, copyright free. Silent Night, copyright free.
Better be. Jeez. That's one of the
Yeah, right, no
standbys.
Silent Night copyright.
Yeah, like, okay, wow. Wow. A lot of the ones that you expect to be copyrighted are. Because they're like, yeah, of course. That's just how that is.
Toyland is copyright free. 12 Days of Christmas, copyright free. Up on the Housetops, copyright free.
Oh.
The
Up on
wha-
1870. Though.
is that the whale sail? Is that the whale sail song?
Wassailing. Well, I don't... The wassail song. Now, I've only heard reference to it because...
It's WASSAIL.
Yeah, wassail. It's... I don't know what that is. I bet when I listen to it, I'll be like, oh, that's obvious what that is. But I don't know... Hey, you said it was, it's the word you're saying, it's public domain, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on.
Let's see. We Three Kings is public domain. We Wish You a Merry Christmas, public domain. What Child Is This, public domain. While Shepherds Watch, public domain. Okay.
Really? They literally just say wassail.
Oh, that's an even split.
Wassail is an ancient toast meaning something like good health, and also a mulled cider that was drunk as a part of wassailing festivities, typically on the 12th night of Christmas, which we only have one night of Christmas. These people were freaking extravagant back in the day. Practice of wassailing is old and exists as a folk tradition in many parts of the United Kingdom, even today. Okay. Wassail!
That one, YouTube.
Wait, you said wassail. Wait. Yeah, it's public domain. I'm fine.
No. It's public domain. I was just imagining, like, no, like, wassail is public domain, but I'm just imagining, like, it comes through on the stream, and it's like, take me down for this one, YouTube.
Right. I like it. I like this now. I'm gonna keep this in my freaking little back pocket of songs that I just know. Save this one.
Now I'm just gonna start singing the wassail song,
Wassail!
and everybody's gonna be like, what the heck is
I'm gonna
that?
walk into rooms like,
And you'll be like, I have
wassail! We go back and check on the...
Like, you start singing on, like, a stage, and every single, like, hundreds of people filling on it, and it's just confused. And then one guy in the back starts singing along.
Wassail! Like, what? You know this? Like, yeah, I know this song. They made reference to wassailing in the Jim Carrey Christmas Carol movie. They were talking about wassailing and that kind of stuff, and I didn't know what that meant. But hearing it again, I was like, oh, that's a reference to that thing. So I knew the pronunciation. I didn't know what it was, but that's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. Okay, back to the techno music. What's up? Alright, back to work.
Oh, man.
Jesus is pronounced different. That's true. You were right. The Spider-Man Christmas album sucked. I thought it was quite funny. How dare you be mad at that?
Oh, are you kidding me? What's wrong with you people? No.
What's wrong with you people? We are not friends. As a wise dude might have said once.
Love the Spider-Man Christmas album. Ever since I heard it like 2 years ago, it has now become a tradition every year.
A tradition to sit around the fire and listen to. Kind of weird that I'm not getting paid.
Kidding. The Spider-Man Christmas album in Spider-Verse is now synonymous with the Christmas season to me. Just as any other Christmas song would be. It's engraved in my brain now.
It's a part of my brain now. Alright.
It's just as traditional as like or the Christmas song or I'll Be Home for Christmas, and then you got Spider-Man out here being like,
What's
my
up?
wet fluid's not free, okay?
Maybe Spider-Man should get some of that wassailing going, you know what I'm saying?
www. Fluid Fund, help me get to 1,000, thanks.
Thank you. Wait. Should only be 4 people. Yeah, there's only
Alright
4.
guys, let's get this done real quick. I'm real hungry for lunch. I smell baked cheese.
I know it doesn't suck, just wanted to trigger Chris. Oh no.
I love the freaking what? What's happening?
No, he said, I know it doesn't suck, just wanted to trigger Chris.
Oh, people want to trigger me now?
Yeah, I guess
Turning
so.
my heel.
It's too late now. The Chris is out of the bag. Alright.
Hey, look, man.
Look,
This,
bro.
you can't hurt me this time of year. The holiday season has at least half of my name.
Yeah. And the other part is about being big. Chris Mass. What you trying to say? Chris is fat? No. You say I'm fat? No, not at all. Just you have mass. Everyone's got mass.
Tell me, it's like, are you trying to tell me maybe? Well, that's very perceptive of you.
I am a little large. I've been thickened, especially after Christmas dinner. All right. Let's scale this. He did got triggered. All right, let's see here.
Oh man. Yeah, I still need to try fruitcake this year. I've never eaten fruit.
Grandma's killer fruit cake. It's always what comes to mind.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what was the rest of that jingle? I need to look it up.
Something. Oh yeah, so the whole quick song. So yeah. Really?
I remember the scene where that freaking kid goes up into court, brings and what was it? What was that court session about?
Whether or not Santa was liable for running over Grandma, I think it's weird. I haven't actually watched the movie straight up, so I don't 100% know.
I watched it a lot of times, but I haven't watched it in a long time.
Yeah, I can dig it.
Oh man. Oh, what? I need to watch that movie again. It's gonna be insanity.
I imagine.
Grandma, killer fruit cake. Oh man.
The freak happened. Uh-oh. I don't know what that was. Sorry. I do like Chris. He sounds like a guy who would distract me in class. Sounds like a guy who would distract me.
I guess?
Yeah, you're distracting. You're a distraction, Cryo. How do you feel?
Is that a compliment?
I don't know. I don't. It's like I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but I'm gonna take it. It's mine now. You can't stop me.
What is it? What was that villain? What was the villain's name?
I wasn't
Mel?
aware. Wasn't aware there was a villain. Actually, you know what? I think.
Redhead.
Once again, I don't know.
Oh, she had orange hair. Her name was Mel, and she tried to. Was she blackmailing or tricking his grandfather into? I need to watch that movie again.
I guess that's a thing that could be watched.
You know what? You know what, Rodel? That's gonna be a movie night, whether it's with Armada or it's just us. You're watching it for the first time. I'm remembering that movie.
All right, jeez. We'll put it up as one of the options for the people. See what they think. All right, bring this over. Hey.
It's like we have the traditional option, the insane option, that being Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
Great.
Well, what do you think are some movies?
How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Which Grinch? Which one?
I don't know which one. I feel like we'd watch the original, or maybe the Jim Carrey one, or maybe the one with freaking the cartoon.
Honestly, legit. If you pick the Grinch, you could probably play both. The original movie is very short.
It is. It's like a couple of minutes long. It's like 30, 40 minutes, not a full film. And then, of course, you get the Ron Howard, and then you got the one made by the company that does the least amount of effort to make movies. I like to be distracted, says Christmas. Illumination. Yes, that one. Them, those folks. Those bozos.
I haven't watched the Illumination. I have not heard. I haven't watched the Illumination Grinch.
Neither have I. I have not seen that movie. I have no idea what it's even about.
It's
like, obviously, it's about the Grinch.
It's one of those things where it's like, this is a holiday tradition. This is a big character. I like like the original Grinch a lot, and I find enjoyment in the Jim Carrey Grinch. I like the Grinch, and I'm like, should I watch that movie? And then every time I feel the inclination to watch the Illumination Grinch, I'm like, eh.
Kind of how I feel about The Godfather. I'm like, I don't care. I'm not watching that. Like, I don't feel like it. Like, every time I think about it, I'm like, no. I don't actually want to watch The Godfather. I'm not sure if I'm ready for a 3-hour commitment.
Once with Endgame, and my butt felt chapped.
A chapped butt. Okay. All the moisture in my butt went away. Picture my booty up in 3D.
From my buttocks was absorbed into the theater seat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so dumb. All right, let's see. Oh my god, I need to find a Christmas Dinosaur. What's that movie again?
I need to remember for the human race so that no one will ever forget ever again
What?
how dumb
I
this
don't know
movie
what movie this was. It may have been a Christmas Dinosaur, and it may have been a subplot, but I remember there being at least, it was either a Christmas Dinosaur that had the subplot, or this was its own movie. It was another anime Christmas movie about some mice that were inside a Christmas tree.
Oh no, I don't think.
They
I don't
lived
think so.
inside of a Christmas.
Like at a house, or was it like outside, like in the Christmas tree farm?
It was in a house. It was in a house.
Oh geez.
They lived between like the wood of the walls and a Christmas tree.
Yeesh.
And they treated like the I remember that fondly. It was like they treated like this Christmas tree like it was a jungle, like its own habitat, like a crazy old place.
Like that Pikachu short before the Pokemon movie.
I need to find whether that's its own movie or whether that's a subplot in that dinosaur Christmas movie.
Weird subplot for a
It's
movie
just
about a
open-
dinosaur
oh my
Christmas.
God. That was the dumbest thing. They find like I forget. I think they literally just. How did they get that dinosaur? I remember they got the egg and then it hatched, and then they're like, "Yeah, we got a dinosaur."
This feels like I don't know. This is weird. Got a dinosaur Christmas, dinosaur Christmas. Okay. I guess this is the world we live in now. We just got a dinosaur. Like freaking Crow up
I need
in
to
here.
watch.
Phil being brought back.
I need to watch it. It was a pterodactyl. They got a pterodactyl for Christmas.
Mama got a pterodactyl for Christmas. It's kind of weird, this whole story, I think.
Said I was scared.
There's a freaking dinosaur in my house. As for me and Grandma, we believe. Grandpa, I mean to say.
Oh. Then she ran outside and called.
Then she ran outside and called the police. Mostly,
Called the cops.
we couldn't blame her. Because pterodactyls, they feed off your flesh. I don't know.
Love that, like, that story does not resolve.
I imagine it doesn't. It's just, there's a dinosaur. And there's a pterodactyl. You need to put the pieces together yourself. That's what makes
You know
good
what?
fiction.
I know where that movie is. Hold on, I'ma find it. It's in my room.
Oh
I
my
got
goodness.
it. I'm fine. It's here.
You have it in your room, Lord. Help the boy, he's got problems. He's got a movie about dinosaurs and Christmas, yo. Don't understand what that's all about.
It's all about
Dinosaur. Smooth shade. Hey, looking good there. I'm feeling better about this thing every day. I think I can actually do this. Ha 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 ha. Get me a bird. Show him what he can do. Yeah, I don't know. Feel pretty good about this head. I'll probably keep working on this. Alright, looking good.
He's still in here?
Hi, Carol.
Heck yeah!
I am still here. I'm just playing mobile games on my phone.
Sweet. You'll be able to do whatever you... Oh, yes, I can do that. So I'm probably gonna have to end
God.
this. You know what? I don't have to end the stream. I can do that on stream.
We got it.
Okay.
Christmas, the Christmas dinosaur.
Alright. It's
Oh
gross.
my god. Okay, so let's see. Apparently it's from some studio or something called Torchlight Entertainment. I don't know.
I feel like I've heard of them.
Oops.
I've definitely seen... It's what? The logo is two kids sitting on a porch? Or something like that? There's like a light. It's like a front house, front porch thing. I feel like I remember their logo specifically. In front of some movies.
This cover is weird. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna read the synopsis on the back of this DVD page. Oh wait, it's not rated. It's not rated.
Yeah, why bother, right?
It's 47 minutes long.
It's not
It
a
did
full...
not.
It's not a movie. It's just a cartoon special for
Alright.
you to watch.
Alright, let's see here. When? Wait, hold on. Let me get a date on this. 2006.
The
Yowza.
movies.
Okay, let's see here.
Put this in.
Alright.
No wonder I've not heard of it. You know, put this in the movies as a video of the Porchlight Entertainment logos. I remember seeing movies from them. I'm just trying to remember what I saw from Porchlight Entertainment.
Okay, so, alright. So the synopsis is 8-year-old Jason Barnes is a dinosaur freak. All he wants for Christmas is a high-tech robotic toy called Dinobot. I think he was looking for a Robo Sapien or something. Let's see. Unable to wait, he opens one of his presents early. What he finds, however, is a petrified dinosaur egg?
Well, there's your problem right there. Petrified is not gonna... Hey, how's it doing, Caton? Womp, just got off of work. Welcome home from work, then.
I love this synopsis. Hear me out. What he finds, however, is a petrified dinosaur egg. How boring.
How boring. Well, I mean, you know, petrified dinosaur egg made out of stone. Can't do anything. So, cool. It's nice to see you here. How's it going? Otherwise, you got off work. Caton is in our chat now.
Oh my god.
Tired.
Until the egg hatches and a baby pterosaur is born.
Well, it wasn't
Jason names him Spot and hides him in his bedroom. When the dinosaur begins to grow at an alarming rate, Jason realizes that he needs to find a bigger home. If only he can keep it hidden from his parents long enough to reunite the baby dinosaur with his family.
Oh, it is
time for Chris.
It has a family? How does it get a flood? How does he find out from the dinosaur that it even has a family? Obviously, this is a kid's imagination. This is not happening.
You know what? Those are the questions that need to be answered by watching this movie.
Yeah, okay. I'm not watching that anytime soon, but it does seem like something
Oh
fun to
my
watch
God.
on the fun to watch some to do. Like, we were thinking about doing like a Christmas movie sort of stream on our, not a stream, but like, you know, watch party on our server. That could definitely be one of the movies that we do. People want to come out and hang out. I guess we should probably let the people on the server know. That
You know
way.
what? Honestly, if Grandma got run over by a reindeer is short enough, we could probably make it a double feature and have that movie and this as the low budget animation. Oh shit!
We do like a large.
You want to watch years?
Probably both low budget, but sure, I see what you're saying.
They have value if you're watching it with friends.
Absolutely. If the stars align and everything falls into place, my destiny will be fulfilled, and I won't be at that grocery store this week. I am pulling for you, rooting for you. Absolutely. I hope that you get that Destiny job. Not working at Destiny, obviously, that wouldn't make any sense, but you know what I'm
God.
saying.
This film is from a website called GeniusProduct.com.
Uh-huh. They think that they're pretty good ideas. Why do you have to be a hater?
Oh my god, I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna find a PNG or whatever of the cover of this DVD so you can show it on stream and look at how ugly it is.
Sure, why not? It's just
Oh,
seems
it's
like
so
it works.
thick. Okay, let's find this atrocity.
Ooh, staff chat.
Christmas dinosaur.
I ate the dinosaur. Dinosaur meat. It was good. Tasted nice.
ate it.
Yeah. Dino flesh.
Family ate a dinosaur for Christmas.
Its meat was kind of tough and sort of rocky. Grandpa said because it was a fossil. But as for me and Grandma, we thought it was meat. So, yeah, I lost a lot. I lost a few teeth that Christmas. Wasn't because of the figgy pudding or the fruitcake. It's because of dino meat.
Oh, The Christmas Dinosaur, a 2004 film.
Interesting that it's got two different release dates on it. Feels like something
What?
that you'd...
90% of people like this movie. What is?
I mean, 90% of people who know it exists probably like it, yeah. I've never seen it before, never even heard of it.
Oh my god. You know what? There are only 3 audience reviews of this movie.
Yeah, so 90%, easy to get to 90% of 3 people.
I mean, it has a 4.8. It's got a 4.8 friggin'... Oh my god. Is this movie actually good, or is it, like, I don't know now.
Well, maybe the people who liked it, they really liked it, and they got nostalgia blinders on. You know how people are sometimes.
Oh my god.
Wait, this song already played. This thing is just looping now.
Okay, let's see here. You know, Saber Spark should do a video on this.
It feels like that's the kind of thing that he would do a review of. That music. Anyone saying anything in the chat?
I need to look. Always hated. Remember what I always hated about this movie when I watched it as a child? I always hated the design of the main dinosaur, like the pterodactyl,
Uh-huh.
because of his eyebrow.
Wait. Did you share him a picture with me or something? Where is it?
I'm getting it.
Okay. Gotta share the picture, bro. This
Copy
here's a
that.
picture show. Yo.
Come on. Come on. There we go. Copy that, paste that. Send the muties.
Alright. Too busy staring at the modeling hive, I can't not. Okay. Oof. Oh man. That looks like Minimum Effort Films just put that one together. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about here.
Oh man. I was always bothered as a child by that pterodactyl's eyebrows.
Okay. I feel like I might have seen like a... Hang on. Right there. That's the Christmas dinosaur. It's a pterodactyl. Or pterodon or whatever. And it's got a monobrow for some reason. Or unibrow. And breaks out of an egg. Fully formed. I don't know who got this for their kid. That lousy looking little brother and or sister there. And the freaking weird comic panel background where you can't tell really if that's the rest of the house behind them or if it is indeed a sunset void. The fire not being stuck in the fireplace, but is in fact engulfing the home. You've got for some reason the character's name written over here. Jason, I guess that's him. All the presents are for Jason. This kid gets nothing. Yeah. And this freaking font. Ugh. This weird 60s... The Christmas dinosaur. Like, who thought of this? What was the process? Anyway. That's enough of that garbage for one lifetime. I'm probably going to watch it later, but I won't be happy about it.
Oh my god, we should totally watch it.
Ugh. Anyway. Let's get back to work here. We're going to wrap up the stream at about 5 o'clock this afternoon because it feels like I'm getting to a place where we're very close to done with this model.
Honestly, I never noticed that about this cover.
Hang on, be
Where
quiet.
is this
Read some
house?
comments.
Is it like in a cereal space? There's no wall.
Yeah, that's typical, though, of these kinds of really cheap covers. Anyway, please put Mario in your game. No, we will not be putting Mario in our game. Do you want us to get sued by Nintendo? They will come to our house, each and every one of our houses, and take some garrote wire and just kill us. They will come in and kill everyone who worked on this project if we put Mario in our game.
What is it? The first kid here, like the blue-shirted kid, looks pretty normal. His
So,
little brother looks... I don't like his face.
another question from Christmas Animator. I just saw the game trailer, and Tails' animations look a bit weird. Will they get polished? Well, those animations were done by someone you know, Jiggly King 20, so you can take it up with him. Also, that model is not the model we're using for Tails anymore. If you've looked at any of our recent promotional material, it's a different model. And we're, in fact, making even more stuff. So, yes, everything's going to get polished. That trailer is from, like, 2 years ago now. Almost 2 years ago. It came out in 2019. Didn't it? Yes. And it's not necessarily representative of what our project has become since we made it. We wanted to get people's interest in the project. We wanted to show them what we had at the time. And what we had at the time was assets that we already had made previously. And, it was just trying to get... Jiggly King? Did he work on this project? He technically still is a part of it, but he's not working on the models, on animations right now. He's doing his own thing. I keep trying to get him to come back, but he's too busy. So, I don't know. But yeah, he was working on the project. And he did the animations. Right now, our lead animator is Rocket Powell, the gentleman you were probably looking at some of the other Chris in the chat here. Hang on, let's bring up the... I closed the wrong window. Oopsie-dee-doo. Wait, how do you know? I know him. Well, when you came onto our server, I checked out your username, and it said Mutual Servers. It was our server, and also Jiggly King's server. So, yeah, you can look at people's information and you see where else they've been. And you're also on the, what's it called? The Mario, whatever it's called. Why do I not remember the name of Jiggly King's server? Oh, because I don't look at it very often. It's the Mushroom Kingdom one, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Super Mario, question mark, question mark, question mark? Yeah, that's what it's called currently. I think it's called something else before. But yes, that is how I know you know him.
What? All right. So, I was trying to look up the Christmas Dinosaurs budget, and it got a result of 127.5 million dollars.
For what? How? I mean, is it just like, is that the actual budget? Is that like the Wikipedia entry for its budget? That feels a bit steep, you know what I'm saying?
For dinosaur. Google got it confused with dinosaur.
Ah, okay. I was gonna say, what the heck, man? What? That's not right. And there's no universe in which that makes any sense.
Honestly, if this movie did cost $127 million to make, Saberspark better be making a video right now.
Like, hey, just show it to him. Like, I feel like he probably has at this point.
Like, how do you pour that much money into
To this.
this?
Who asked for that? Nobody did. You know no one did. Do 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 do.
Oh, I don't care about the good dinosaur.
Yeah, I'm feeling like you're not about to
Care
find
about
that.
the Christmas time.
You're not about to find the Christmas Dinosaurs budget. I'm just sorry to say that. I'm just too happy to say no, you won't.
See what I can find.
They keep that stuff close to the vest. Unless you can somehow find Porchlight Entertainment's financials and what they were, like, you know, doing that year. Not impossible, just not likely.
Okay, it was directed by Bruce. See here.
Oh, do you find his
For a hot
IMDb?
second, I thought one of the stars of this movie was Tom Holland.
That'd been funny. It was my starring, like, my first real big role. The Good Dinosaur. No, not the Good Dinosaur. You know, the Christmas Dinosaur. Wait, okay. He's a great person. He allowed me to steal his video. I'm sure he loved that. I'm gonna go ask him, and he's gonna go like, "No, I didn't tell her. I didn't say you could do that. That guy's a meme thief." And then I'll be like, "Oh no, I can't associate with a meme thief." A few
Wow.
things in this world that I care
There
about.
is one review. There is one review of this
Uh-huh.
on IMDb, and it's a 1 out of 10.
I feel like that's probably pretty accurate. Whatever happens, that's an accurate review. That person did their research, and they're like, no, this is some garbage. The sexy bird is nearly complete. Just need to get these eyebrows going right.
This review is so badly written, I love it.
I hate it. It not fun. This movie suck. I'm making me mad. I'm angry, man. I don't like it. It's really not. It's bad. You know. I don't like it.
Oh man, I don't know anything. I need to find this movie's budget.
I feel like that's a weird goal, but okay.
Maybe it's on the wiki.
I mean, it should be, right? If it's not on the IMDb page, it's on the wiki. That's what wiki for.
See here. Christmas Dinosaur animated released by Porchlight. Film was released as a TV movie airing during Cartoon Network from 2003 to 2005.
Wow. Well, that makes sense why it would be that cheaply produced, because it was just for TV. And if you really wanted to see it again, you could buy it on DVD or whatever. VHS. No, DVD probably.
an entire page on the Christmas wiki dedicated to the Dolly character from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Of course.
Yeah, I mean, you know. Finally, the eyebrows I wanted so long. Ask him. He gave me permission as long as I send him the ad revenue of the video. Finally, the eyebrows I wanted for so long. Yes, I'm glad that your dream has been realized and you can die happy now that you've gotten the eyebrows. Just so.
Wiki's so empty. There's no information on this film. I'm kind of disappointed.
I mean, why are you disappointed by that? That feels like the most natural conclusion to that particular search ever. These cheapo movies don't get wiki entries. They just simply notify that something existed, and then that's about it. They can't really. They're like, you're gonna have to do some real searching, some deep dive information, you know, behind the actor, inside the actor's studio, you know. Feel like we're getting somewhere here with this.
Fuck, Hollow. It's like, do you remember the Christmas? And you're like, hey, do you remember the Christmas time? So he's like, oh yeah, I love that movie.
That was my favorite movie coming up when I was a kid. Oh, do you remember the part where it's like, no, actually, I'm sorry. Wow, sorry, bro. I was just gonna make fun of it. Apparently, this means a lot to you. Yeah. I'm sorry. I came here to clown.
Well, when I play Spider-Man, I really focus on my hard sword energy. All of it comes from when I watched Good Dinosaurs. Christmas Dinosaur.
As a child, it really changed my life. You know, came from a broken home. My mom couldn't make ends meet, but she put on the Christmas Dinosaur, and everything just felt like it was gonna be all right. You know, like, why are you making me sympathize with this awful film? I don't want to do it. It's a little messy around here. We can get some retopo going though, probably.
It really changed me as a person. Made me look on the brighter side of things. It's what made me feel like everything could be okay. Like I can do great things. It's what led me to being Spider-Man today. If it wasn't for a Christmas Dinosaur, I wouldn't be Spider-Man.
I would have actually eschewed acting and become a coal miner like me dad. Who died in the coal mines. Okay, grapple on the way. Because he was a coal miner. You see what I'm getting at? No, there's no way to get around that. It's gonna be this indentation on his head.
Tom's father worked in coal.
Yup. That's the story that I have created for Tom Holland. It's not true. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna keep saying it, and then I'm gonna get sued.
It's not true. I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure it's true. Why are you doing that?
Christmas Dinosaur is actually my favorite film of all time. Yeah.
Yeah. I always imagine when I play Spider-Man, or any other role for that matter. What would Jason do in this situation? How would Jason solve the problem? How would he get the dinosaur that he just found in an egg that was petrified not 5 minutes ago, take it to its family of other dinosaurs that somehow are still alive for Christmas? And then I go from there. You know? Gotta work your way back from square one. Alright. Well, that's enough tomfoolery for one day. Let's put in some fake eyes and call it. I kind of didn't mean that, but okay, it works. It kind of works. I didn't mean to do a pun today. Let's do something real quick with Scream. I'm gonna bring her out, and I'm gonna take one of her eyes out of her head and then put it into his head so I can just get some eyes going, you know.
Get some eyes going.
Get some eyes going. Yep.
What made me admire Robert Downey Jr. He understood me, and
My problem with
yeah, he understood me. He understood me and my passions. My love is Christopher as well. It's actually also his favorite film of all time as well.
Like, wait, you mean Robert Downey Jr. got his? Yeah, it's what he made him decide to take the role of Iron Man. After all those years of living a derelict life, he's like, I can really turn things around, just like they did in the Christmas Dinosaur.
Nice. Imagine if that was confirmed.
I'd be stupefied, and also I would laugh. Like, Tom, get some better heroes. Like, what? These are perfect.
It's fun of Tom Holland for loving the Christmas Dinosaur. Robert Downey Jr. defended like, hey,
Hey.
don't attack somebody for liking a masterpiece. And then everybody in the MCU starts slowly backing, like, you see Chris Pratt come into the tweet. Mark Ruffalo.
We all like the Christmas Dinosaur. Like breathing.
For the Christmas Dinosaur, none of you would have the Avengers.
If it weren't for the Christmas Dinosaur, I wouldn't have taken that job as that Andy from Parks and Rec. And my life would be a mess right now. I don't know who I'd be. I'd probably be dead. Chris Pratt. The Christmas Dinosaur changed our lives. And we defy you to find a better film, a better piece of media that has meant more to anyone. We do believe that it will solve climate change.
No. I'm imagining, like, the Christmas Pratt. You see these kids, like, open a box. Jason, the boy or whatever, opens the box after hearing, like, muffling inside of it, opens it. You just have Chris Pratt come out of his mouth, like, oh!
Let's get rid of this plumage.
We got a Pratt! Nice. Chris Pratt needs to return to his family before Christmas ends.
Also, your eyes are not that color, bro.
Tom Holland's YouTube channel suddenly uploads a 5-hour-long video. Today, I'm going to explain why The Christmas Dinosaur is the greatest film of all time.
Goodness. I think we're coming to the end of this particular shout.
Oh my god.
Eyes.
Oh my god, I'm imagining Tom Holland do like a friggin' 5-hour-long, like, one of those, like, pretentious, like video.
Going back to the first time I ever watched The Christmas Dinosaur. Alright. Also learned a lot about Spider-Man. Wait, okay. Thanks for the stream. Learned a lot and took lots of notes. Hey, glad to hear it. Also learned a lot about Spider-Man. That was inevitable. Every time Cryo steps in, it's gonna be a Spider-Man stream, you know it. Somehow we wrapped around back to Tom Holland and potential Spider-Man crossover with Christmas Dinosaur. Anyway,
The stream has thematic ties.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm going to go ahead and do now is I'm going to go ahead and call the stream to an end. Thank you to everyone for watching today. I appreciate you for coming. I was joined by Cryogenic Drawer, Fallen for Freedom for a few seconds. The guy Silver was here, and also Wingsy. Thank you everyone for watching.
Catton was here too.
Catton
was here too.
He was in the. He did? I missed it actually.
Yeah, he was here. He streamed.
Well, you know what? I don't count it because he didn't say hi. Anyway, I think that's going to be about it. Thank you all for watching. I have been Roadless, and you have been wonderful. Goodbye.